to start with a round of applause. You are all very, very welcome here in Kristiansand. It's a great pleasure for me to be back at this very, very important event for the Norwegian travel industry, the Norwegian Digital Travel Conference. I think many of you came last year, and we've been doing a lot of thinking about how we can amaze you again and create a great program to inspire you and talk to you all about the importance of digital. So that is our aim over the next 2 days. You're all very, very welcome. We have an amazing lineup of speakers today, so I hope they will inspire you. I hope they will also show you different ways of approaching digital and thinking about your own activities and how you can apply this in-house. So, first of all, I think it's probably best to start with some very practical information. Your Wi-Fi code is there. We want you to tweet throughout the event, to share your opinions, share your questions. We will be reading out questions later on. And we will be also having a Twitter rapporteur who will actually come on stage and read out the favourite tweets. But before I get into that, I think we should just thank some of the sponsors and partners who have really been the brains behind what is hopefully going to be a fantastic event today. So first of all, the most important partner to thank is Visit Sørlanted. Visit Sørlandet were really passionate about getting a digital travel conference to Norway, about making this event really important for the Norwegian travel industry and making sure that everybody in the industry, small and large, is able to think and focus on the importance of digital. So Visit Sørlandet have done an amazing job, and I think you'll all agree that this venue is absolutely fantastic and really inspiring. I should also thank NHO, or I should say it with the English accent, NHO Raslev, who have really got behind this and got their industry to also support this. They are a hugely important partner here, and I hope they will be inspired and like what they see over the coming 2 days. Also the arena Usus. I know I say everything here with an English accent. I did promise Heidi that I would practice my Norwegian, and I think I failed. But the arena Usus cluster is so important because this is about getting all of the businesses to think and to dedicate time to digital and making this a really important subject. And also, of course, Innovation Norway, the national tourism organisation for Norway. Without their support, we couldn't be marketing Norway internationally, and they have a hugely important role to play here. So make sure you've noted this down, because this is going to be keeping you online throughout the day. If you do need any help, our team will be on hand to help you out, whether it's giving you the hashtag again, or giving you the Wi-Fi code and helping you stay connected. I should also say from our side, we as the Digital Tourism Think Tank have been all over the world. And we've been in many of these continents talking about digital to travel industries in countries and continents such as the Middle East and talking about the importance of digital. And we haven't been able to do this without the support of TripAdvisor, who have been a really important partner of ours in actually bringing all of this innovation to partners all over the world. So, getting into some practical information. We have an interactive program. So has everybody got their program? Could you just hold it up? Great, okay. Has everybody got their phone? If you just hold your phone up as well, right? I won't make you do the lighter thing. There's no need for that. Now I hope everybody has downloaded the app Blipper, and if you haven't, you should download that now, because the program is interactive. So download the Blipper app and try it out for yourself. Wherever you see the Blipper logo, you can actually scan your program. And I have to thank Stephen Shaw, especially from Blipper, who will be speaking to you later, who has made all this possible. It's a really great change we're seeing this year, and I hope you will really enjoy blipping your programs. As I said, we will have one of our social media experts, Martin Stoll, who's also going to speak to you later, who's going to be reading out the best tweets, and to help motivate you, we are actually giving away a cruise for 2 people, including accommodation for 1 night, courtesy of Colorline, from either Denmark or Kristiansand. So that's a really great prize on offer. So make sure you're doing some good tweets, and at the end of the day, we're going to pick the winner, and hopefully you'll have a great cruise. And if you're not chosen for that great prize, we might be giving out a few of these cuddly little toys to take home. So a commiseration prize if you're not the best tweet of the day. So without any to come on stage. and just say a word of welcome to everybody. Thank you. You are on.
I will do this part in Norwegian, I think. And I would like the whole gang here to try a very typical Kristiansand word. Javel. Can you do that for me? Javel! Ja. Jeg tror vi kommer til å få noen fantastiske bra dager her. Det er veldig gøy for oss å ha med oss Nick og hans team på å organisere Norwegian Digital Travel Conference. Og vi ser frem til å ha et program som topper det vi hadde i fjor. Noen av dere var med i fjor. Og for oss er det om å gjøre og på en måte hele tiden også levere på hva er det som har skjedd siden sist. Og i løpet av ett år så vet alle vi som jobber i denne bransjen at det skjer ganske mye. Det kommer nye ting på banen som ikke vi visste om for et år siden. Og de tingene vi trodde vi visste om har kanskje endret både form og farve siden forrige år. So that was all in Norwegian. I'm going to train you more on your Norwegian.
Yes, I did promise I would practice, but I failed miserably. Yeah. Listen, I think the work you've been doing is so important. So I want to just spend a few minutes to talk about what you're hoping to get out of this year's conference and how you felt the reaction was after last year's conference.
I will start with last one. The reaction after last year's conference was that this was very useful. It was practical. I felt also that the first day we got the big stakeholders to tell them about how they're working, and the second day was very practical with workshops and so on. So my expectation for this year is that we have the big stakeholders also here this year, that they will be more down to how does this work for you in your either a DMO or a business. And then tomorrow morning, I'm really looking forward to, we have a brand new concept that we lined up called Walkshop. So we actually put ourselves into the visitor point of view from a digital standpoint. And I think that's something we're going to learn a lot from, either if you work as a DMO or if you're a business. It's about how does your customer experience the destination or your business when they're digital. And we do know that our children and people a bit younger than me, they're all digital. They're like, there's nothing in between.
Exactly, they can't see the difference between online and offline. The whole thing is the same. Tell me, how important is, do you think this conference is for the businesses? How important is it for them to put time and to learn and to see what others are doing?
Well, it would be a shame if I said nothing. Of course, there's a lot. It means a lot because the businesses, as we learn in the Arena Usus project, it's actually the reason why we're standing here, because we have now some 100 businesses in Southern Norway that work in the cluster of Arena Usus, and we have a digital toolbox or a toolkit there that focuses on how can the businesses do their best in social and digital media, how can they learn where the customers are and have actually a dialogue and learn from the customers. So it's quite important that we keep up on speed, and I think what affects the businesses also should affect the DMOs, because the DMOs have to change their way of working since the market has changed a lot. It's no longer about having the biggest marketing campaign, it's about doing the right thing.
Yeah, we were actually saying yesterday that sometimes people forget in the 4 Ps of marketing the product and doing what you do and doing it really, really well. So hopefully we're going to have a lot of focus on that today. The format of today is to inspire you today, to show you really leading examples of what you could be doing and what others are doing, which will really open up your creativity. And then focus tomorrow, as you said, on immersing you right into the shoes of your visitor, because I think we don't take enough time to actually think about who our customers are and how they are actually interacting with our business or our destination. Do you find that the businesses in the cluster have that time to reflect in terms of what you're able to do for them?
I think they reflect all the time. What do we need from our DMO and what can we do ourselves? So we're working quite closely on that issue here in Southern Norway. I hope a lot of the businesses will be quite on when there is time for questions, because I know they have questions. And I know this is your chance to ask the experts. So
we have a great opportunity for this. So during the lunch break, you will actually have different zones outside where you can meet with an expert. Whether you're interested in mobile, we have a mobile in the mixed zone, or whether you're interested in a social circle, you can go there. And you can connect with other people in the audience who are also interested in that topic, but also some of our experts who are speaking today, who will actually be able to answer your questions outside during lunch. So we really want you to network, get to know and get to talk about these topics with each other. And to help you stay connected, one last piece of practical information, we have charging stations. travel industry. So there's a bank of charging stations waiting for you outside.
Yeah, and also about the free Wi-Fi. You got the password up there somewhere?
They've already got the password, so they should have noted down. So thank you very much, Heidi. Thank you for bringing this event to this amazing venue. We're going to be hearing more from you later on, I think, getting your opinions as well on the speakers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to sneak down this way because I don't want to miss anything.
Let's head over to our first guest, and another very important guest, Hans Petter Almer from Innovation Norway. You're very welcome here. Good to have you. So, Hans Petter, you are really overseeing all of the digital activities for Innovation Norway. So, no pressure. I think everybody at this event is really keen to understand how you approach the whole digital sphere, how you approach the digital landscape, and what changes are happening at the moment. I understand there is quite a change happening within the organisation in terms of your own approach to digital at the moment. Do you just want to perhaps tell us about the developments since we spoke to you last year?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I want to oversee all the digital activities for Innovation Norway or Visit Norway, because that would require 5 or 6 of me, because we are operating in all over the world, all over the time. So I oversee our sort of incoming channels, such as the website Visit Norway and our mobile sites and our apps. And that's enough for me to do. So, yeah, I was here last year talking about one of our projects called New Structures for Destinations. And since then we've been building on that. And we also see that our current technical platform is sort of getting old. It's from 2006, 2007. Some of the components are 2004 maybe, so they're 10 years old. So we see that we can either spend all our money upgrading those components, sort of changing them or installing new components, which takes a lot of time and resources. We also see that there are changes in the market for solutions for DMOs and NTOs. And there are new solutions that didn't exist 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and they're really good. They come off the shelf. They do more or less the same job as our website does today. So we thought, let's check if we can go for something standardized software instead of writing our own software. And we ran an international tender for that. And
you took a very interesting approach to this, didn't you? Because most people, when they write a tender, call for proposals, they actually write a very extensive document and just put it out there. But you went a little bit differently with that, took a creative approach?
Yeah, first we said we want to see who can deliver this. So we got we qualified 5 suppliers, and then we said, well, we want to have this concept, and it doesn't have to be just like this, but this is the direction we believe we want to go in. So that was a creative process we did, and that was part of the tender. So we wanted a system that was going to be able to support something like this. I think we got it on video as well.
We do, yeah. Should we play the video?
Sure.
So you did this video to actually illustrate what you were looking for.
Yeah.
So this is important to say, this is not a campaign video in itself.
No, it's just like, this is what we believe one of the directions for the new Visit Norway.
Right, let's have a look at the video.
It's not finalized in any way.
Today, more than 60% of the Visit Norway users reach the site through search engines. Contemporary tools help us gain more insight into users' needs and behavior. What if the new visitnorway.com could utilize this to create a tailor-made experience, putting the tourist in focus? Let's look at some scenarios. Here's Jenny and Stephen, both 32, from the UK. They are keen on an active holiday and expect Norway to offer what they're looking for. Alberto, 62, from Italy, has a family in Trondheim, and he wants to pay them a visit next summer. He's also very curious about the Northern Light phenomenon. He came across an ad for ski holidays in Norway while browsing Facebook. Steve and Annie, 66 and 63, are from the US, and they are fascinated by Norway after having watched the movie Frozen. They came across an ad for the summer holiday. Let's see how Steve and Annie explore the tailor-made experience and get inspired about traveling to Norway. If you're looking for an overview of what can be done and seen in a specific part of the country, you can enter the map view. Not only does this help you discover what a specific area has to offer, but it also makes exploring what's nearby easy, making sure you don't miss out on nearby attractions. Once in the map view, it's easy to navigate into an area or city. There, you'll find hotels, attractions, and places worth visiting. You can read user comments and reviews from TripAdvisor. When you find something you like, making an order is as easy as clicking on it. You can also find price comparisons from different booking engines and choose the best for your order. You can also put it in your suitcase. The suitcase helps you keep track of experiences that you discover, but might not want to book straight away. In the suitcase, you can collect inspiration and alternatives found through the application, offering to create your own travel guide, which can also be brought along in an offline version. The suitcase is an incentive to log on, enabling the service to recognize the user across multiple platforms. See you in Norway.
Well, that's a completely different approach to doing a tender, and I have to say, quite an inspirational approach. It's important to say that this is a concept.
Yeah.
Great. So, are we able to actually say that you've selected a winner for this today?
Yeah, we announced the winner yesterday.
Great.
So we're very excited about that.
And who's that?
It's an American company called Simple View.
Okay. Great.
So they have hundreds of destinations on the platform doing the same, using the same technology.
Okay, so your hope here is to focus less on technology and much more on content in the future.
Yeah.
And just briefly, because we're running out of time already, tell us what is your reason to focus more on content than technology in the future? What's behind this decision? Because that's quite a major strategic shift for you as a national tourism organization.
Yeah, several reasons. One of them being budgets, of course. Technology is getting more and more expensive to write yourself. And content is king, to market a destination. And photos and videos are still being the most important, along with, of course, user-generated content. So we want to focus on that and not on developing technology.
Great, okay. Well, it's really, we're really looking forward to seeing how that concept turns into reality.
Yeah, me too.
So thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a great pleasure to have you there. I hope you will stay around for the rest of the day. I know you're a very busy man. But thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. Great. So that's just a quick look at what Innovation Norway are doing to promote your country internationally. And I think we've certainly got some exciting things in the pipeline there. Our next session, we're very excited about. We've invited 3 innovative businesses to come and talk about what they're doing in travel. Each business takes a very different approach and works on a very different area. And the reason we've chosen them and invited them to come here is we think that they can actually show you completely different approaches of reconsidering traditional business models. So I'm very pleased to announce our first disruptor travel business, Stuart Smith from Sojourn. Stuart, he heads up the Sojourn's EMEA tourism vertical. He's got years and years of marketing experience. And I actually had the pleasure to meet you last year at our Barcelona event, and I know you'll have some really interesting things to talk about when it comes to big data, which is a subject which people are keen to know more about. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nick. Well, hi, everybody. So those of you unaware of Sojourn, and I'm guessing that's most of you in the room, I thought I'd just give you a quick explanation about Sojourn and what it is we do and where we're coming from. So Sojourn, we're the world's leading travel engagement platform. We use data from airlines, metasearch, and OTAs to drive the most efficient marketing, insights, and distribution. US-based company, we've been operating since about 2007. And recently, due to the expansion, about 18 months ago, we opened up a London office to service the EMEA side of the business. And pretty soon, we're going to be opening up into the Middle East and offices up in Asia. So as you can see, Sørvig is very travel-specific by some of these numbers, and some of the clients we're working with include some big hotel groups, car rental companies, as well as tourist sports destinations, and of course, airlines, sorry to name a few. So, how are we disrupting the travel industry as such? So I'd say we're disrupting the travel industry in the way we're using big data to personalise display advertising campaigns. And by doing so, we'll be able to drive really efficient, engaging display advertising solutions, which of course with a positive ROI, which I know is important to anyone looking at running advertising. So Sørvig over the years, I mean, what do I mean by that? So if you look at the online advertising world, display, video, social media, etc., have always been seen as a bit of the ugly duckling, or the fluffy stuff that people like to do, but essentially find it hard to justify, and hence people prefer to do search and SEM as it was perceived as better value. However, by now being able to access data and be really granular with the data and use things like search intent and booking confirmation, we're able to run display advertising campaigns which are every bit as comparable as to search, but also competes on performance. And in some cases, it works out cheaper than actually purchasing some of your most expensive keywords on Google. So just to give you an idea of how it all works, so Sørvig is collecting a lot of data. So we're collecting data on search, booking, on data for travel, etc. So what we're aiming to do then is match this data with our advertisers' needs. So once we've collected the data, captured and curated, what we're doing then is matching it with our hotel needs to make sure we're serving the right message to the right user at the right time via online media channels. So for example, if we know somebody has booked a flight from London to Oslo, he's travelling in November, he's travelling with his partner with a party, staying for 4 days, we can then essentially match that data to a hotel or a hotelier in Norway to basically help drive conversion and get him to book that particular hotel which we're advertising. So moving on, you see every month Sørvig is collecting about 200 million traveller profiles. So a lot of data we have and we're using each month. And we can essentially work with people through branding. So if you're looking to reach people in the early dreaming phase of the holiday process, all the way through to prospecting new customers, which is obviously very important in an online environment. And then retargeting, so this is essentially remessaging people who we've driven through to your website, and essentially also very important because 98% of people don't actually purchase anything on the first visit to the website. So that's about it on the way we are disrupting the travel industry when it comes to that. But then,
so tell me, is this something that you've seen destinations and tourism businesses asking for? Are they asking to be able to analyse all of the data on the web and actually target their content in a different way?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, the great thing about Sørvig and the data we do have is that we've got a lot of data on search, origination and destination, so where people are travelling to, where they're travelling from, how long they're staying for, and different purchase patterns based around that. So by using this data and actually sharing these insights with destinations and tourist boards, we're able to be really granular with that.
So 2 quick questions for you. First of all, how is your business changing or disrupting the travel industry?
Sure. So I'd say we're disrupting or changing the travel industry as such, as we're basically challenging OTAs and third parties, etc. So we're driving traffic and conversions and bookings through to actually a person's website. So in that case, you're less reliant on third parties, but then you're also able to build brand loyalty with those customers and be able to message them yourselves and not actually rely on a lot of bookings coming through from other third parties.
And secondly, in terms of traditional business models, who would you say is most at threat? Which business model are you actually challenging?
Online distribution piece, I mean, it's a $40 billion industry, and we're looking to break into that. I mean, we recently launched a product called Revenue Direct, which essentially enables us to deal with smaller hotels or smaller hotel chains, individual hotels, which I think is quite relevant in the European market, especially where it's quite fragmented, and unlike the US where there's a couple of big chains, for example, that look after everything, there could be some potential opportunity within that.
So when it comes to small business, because I think a lot of small businesses look at some of the big solutions and big data in particular, and they ask themselves, well, actually, you know, does this have any relevance for me as a small business?
Sure.
What's your answer to that?
Yeah, and I'd say definitely, and that's the way that data has helped evolve that question, where in the past you really needed big budgets to be able to do things like this. Whereas now, by being really granular with that data I mentioned earlier and targeting niche audiences, we're able to work with display, video, social with people regardless how big or how small you actually are.
Great. Well, Stuart, thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thank you
It's
very much.
been a pleasure to have you.
Cool.
And on to our next disruptor. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, our next disruptor is somebody I actually met in Dubai, of all places, and Dubai is certainly a place in the world where they like to go for things. Martin Chevalier is the CEO of Inspire. Martin has many, many years of experience in business, and actually I think the fact which fascinates me most is that you were behind one of the first Android TVs. And of course, all we're talking about today is the importance of technology, smartphone technology and tablet technology, which is where your solution is based. So the floor is yours, tell people what you do.
Thanks very much, and good morning. I'm actually Swedish, but I'm going to do this in English so Nick can ask me questions later. A few months ago, when Nick asked me to do a little talk about disruptive technologies here, I was pretty surprised at first because it's not disruptive that we set out to do. But I think when I got the question, I had to think about it, and we started looking at what we actually do, and it turns out that I think we can probably claim that we are quite disruptive. So I'll just share a few thoughts with you here, and please feel free to raise any hands and ask any questions at any time. Just briefly, what we do is that we provide a combined entertainment, sales, and analytics tools for within the hotel. So it's not about attracting people to the hotel, it's not about the region, it's for the people while they're in the hotel to be able to purchase things, find information, get entertainment, and the hotel to be able to analyze all this data. And we do this by connecting a simple little box, Android as Nick mentioned, behind any TV. So any Sony, Samsung, LG, whatever TV you have can be smart and be connected and be part of the solution. But more importantly, people are using their own handhelds, their iPhones, their iPads, their Android devices. So whatever handheld guests have, that's the one they'll be using on our solution within the hotel. So disrupting the hotel TV space, and I put hotel TV within brackets because this landscape is changing so quickly. So hotel TV that I'm sure that you've seen, you've checked into hotels where maybe your name is spelled wrong and maybe you can watch a movie for 20 euros and this kind of stuff that nobody's using anymore, that used to be called hotel TV or sometimes IPTV, and it's just changing so quickly. And I think this actually proves this. You see the comment up on the top. Why do you have a TV in the room? I was recently at one of our hotels in Gothenburg in Sweden, and the GM had a group of young students in their early 20s staying at the hotel for a few days. And as the hotel was new, we wanted to learn from their experience. And they actually asked us, why do you have TVs in the room? So change is coming quickly because young people, they watch on this rather than the TV. So what we're trying to do is something that we call any screen, meaning that any screen that the guest walks into the hotel with, that's the screen they'll be using to interact with the hotel. So in your case, your own iPhone, your own iPad, your own Android device, and you just simply use that to do whatever you want to do in the hotel. It can be in the lobby or by the pool or on the beach, wherever you are in the hotel. And then when you come into the room, well then the TV is connected too with this little box, so it looks and feels the same, and you can do the same services there. So a lot more usage is actually being done on the handhelds versus the TV. It's actually 50-50, I would say. 3% at best. Apps is a huge thing. People talk about apps, and you've probably heard that Google has this test that they call the spoon test. if it's not something that you use every day, then it's not worth doing. So, and there's fantastic apps out there like Facebook and Instagram and all these ones that we actually do use every day. But we see from the hotels that we speak to that it's very difficult to get an app that people will actually download, they'll actually use it, they're going to keep it on their phone. A lot of people travel, they may visit 40 or 50 hotels in a year, so you want them to have 50 apps on their device in order to communicate with you. They won't do that, actually. Use the services of the hotel. So we think going away from the apps towards appless in this kind of space is the right move to do. And you've probably seen this kind of setup before, cables and boxes and things like that, and then some guy saying that, well, you're going to need support on this, and a lot of support, and a lot of support, and that's going to cost you. So we do this, what we call server free. So all the intelligence is really in our boxes, but it's also in people's handhelds. So it's extremely easy to use the solution, but more than that, we're not dependent on a server, which makes it extremely easy to roll out, extremely cost efficient, but most importantly, extremely easy to maintain, because there's no server that can break down. And we don't have that. And if you looked at the IPTV space, hotel TV space before, I'm sure you've heard that the movies are going to make a lot of money for you. And 15, 20 euro movies that people don't rent anymore. And back in the days, it used to be even movies that you wouldn't want to show your kids or your parents or your friends or anybody. It used to be pretty bad content on there. And that's just declining very quickly. Nobody's renting these movies anymore. And it's not worth the investment in the servers and the rights and everything that you have to do in order to get those videos on there. What we think does make money, on the other hand, is what we call H-commerce. So we kind of skip trying to make money on the movies. We make money on, again, the spoon test. Things that people use every day. Food, beverage, trips, excursions, tickets, all these kind of things that you actually need while you're in the hotel. An occasional spa treatment. So all of this we make digitally available across all the different devices. And we call this concept H-commerce, so hotel commerce, like e-commerce or mobile commerce, but now it's in the hotel, so hotel commerce. And this really works. Like Nick was saying, we met in Dubai, and we can see, for example, there that we're actually generating 5 times the money every day per room what we cost in terms of sales. So no wonder they're rolling out more hotels with us. You're also going to be told that you need 90-11 solution providers, meaning infinite number of different services, and one service that will open the door, another one will close the door, one will check the guest in, the other one will check the guest out, etc. We actually try to combine as much as possible in one solution. And we are tech nerds, that's what we are. But we meet a lot of excellent hoteliers like yourselves, and that's where we learn what kind of features that people want in the solution. So it keeps growing, it keeps evolving with solutions that actually work. So there's 3 main areas that we do that I mentioned before. It's the selling, the entertainment, and the analytics. But we keep adding to this, so that you're really only going to need only one solution in terms of communicating with the guests. Another, I think, very disruptive point is that it used to be so that a lot of hotel content was supposed to be provided by the hotel itself. 150 TV channels and video on demand that we spoke about before, etc. And as this is declining, what's actually increasing instead? Well, Netflix, HBO, Spotify, people have their own content with them today. It's on their own device. So as I walk into the hotel with my iPhone, let's say, I've been watching a movie on the plane, and I pause it, I come into the room, what I want to do? I want to play on the big screen. This is kind of the holy grail of the space that we're in, being able to do this, to broadcast wirelessly the content from your own device to the big screen. And we actually won a global award on this called ACNG for being able to support Windows, Apple, Android, all the different formats in terms of streaming. So content is moving to the guests themselves. And then one last point, just fine here, it says long contracts. These kind of legacy players that I'm sure you've been in contact with, they love to sign up a 7 or 10 year contract, or maybe even longer. Or like this guy who signed a contract 30 years ago, and I was sitting there with it. So we try to keep it short because technology evolves so quickly. Just imagine this thing 3 years ago. And that means that we can renew the technology rather than trying to sell something that gets outdated. So those are some of the points how we try to disrupt this space.
For me, this is a really inspiring, because I love my phone, my tablet, wherever I'm traveling, these are the most important things. And there's a couple of trends, I think, that you've touched on in terms of what your solution actually offers. So I think the first thing I would be curious is, who in this room represents the accommodation sector? Or works in the accommodation sector? Okay, so there's a good number of you. And is anybody providing a solution like this in your properties? No. And this is the thing. When I checked into our hotel just this week, they actually said we don't offer in-room entertainment anymore. But on the other hand, they don't offer the alternative, which is what you have been speaking about.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually very interesting. I've tried endlessly to plug things in, and they've managed to hack those TVs so you can't do anything with them.
Yeah, and then once you get something going, then Apple changes the cable format or something happens, so then you're back to square one anyway.
So I guess there's two things here. One is providing the customer with what they actually want. So overall improving your product. And I think probably what you've seen through your businesses is this is really an important aspect to actually improve the performance of the hotel and the perception of the hotel.
Yeah, I mean there's two very clear sides of this. One is to make sense for the hotel. They want to make more money, so they want to attract the guests, they want the guests to spend longer time inside the hotel. They kind of want to use a little bit of Las Vegas mentality, you know, there's no windows or clocks in Las Vegas, so you never leave the property. So we can get the guests to have more meals at the hotel. That's a very quick revenue generator. So that's one side of it, but the other side is the hotel guest. If the solution is terrible, the one that's supposed to sell them food, etc., they won't use it anyway. So for the guest, it feels like an entertainment solution. Oh, I can stream my movies, I can watch TV, I can do Spotify, oh, and I can buy a burger too. So we kind of hide these sales things within it, so it feels like an integrated solution.
We're talking more and more about the sort of upsell opportunities that mobile is bringing. And I think whatever we've seen up until now, it's only just the beginning. Do you see Apple Pay, for example, as something that everybody's starting to talk about and starting to see if there's some opportunity there? Do you see Apple Pay as something that will transform your product and the industry as well?
Yeah, okay, I think so. I mean, perhaps not exactly the space that we're in. I think it's going to transform a lot of industries, especially, you know, quick turning goods like 7-Eleven kind of retail stores. But here in the hotel, you're kind of in a special mindset because you're at a property for a few days and you're there to enjoy yourself or to do business, whatever you are there for. So people are quite used to racking things up on their bill. So when somebody does a purchase through one of our devices or their own device, the order actually ends up on the bill in the PMS system. So we don't actually transact any money. We just send the order to the system.
And finally, for small businesses, is this an opportunity or a technology that is accessible for small businesses as well as multinationals?
Yeah, definitely. And we've actually had our biggest successes in, I would say, medium-sized chains. So the Hiltons and the Marriotts and those ones were not quite there yet. They have very rigid standards for what they let through the doors. We're getting there though. But smaller companies are much more nimble. They understand that they need to be different. And there's really no upstart cost to get going with this. So it's extremely cost efficient, which means that even a 50-room hotel can start rolling this out and making money from it.
So it's an opportunity for those small businesses to differentiate themselves and actually stand out.
And it's also very scalable. So, I mean, hotels that we have here in Europe, they tend to go for less of our features. We have 85 features today, so it's a lot. They tend to go for basic sets with entertainment and streaming and these things, while in Dubai and the Maldives, they go for everything. So we see all kinds of different packages there.
Well, thank you very much, Martin, for sharing that with us.
Thanks very much.
It's been a pleasure to have you here. And I will move on to our next instructor, and our last instructor, Alex Bainbridge. He is the CEO of a company called Tour CMS. Alex Bainbridge is no stranger to the travel scene. He's actually a contributor for TNews, the very popular technology site. So he knows all about technology, and he's also no stranger to the startup and small business scene. So the floor is yours. I look forward to seeing what your solution is.
Good morning. Well, thank you. So I want to talk about tours and activities. This is the reason people go travelling in the first place when we're talking about leisure travel. They don't go to sleep in a hotel, they don't go to fly on a plane, they go to experience the destination. And tours and activities is often the way they will experience a destination, as you know. Probably with your sound. Can anyone hear me? No. Excuse me? Oops. Can you hear me now? No? Okay. No. Let's keep talking. Commercial break. Commercial break.
These things happen sometimes.
We like
in technology.
Hey, see, the thing about being a technology company is you end up with lots of issues and you just have to keep smiling all the way through.
Perfect. Can you hear me? Hey! Do I get my 7 minutes back? Okay, cool. So, good morning. Can you all hear me? Right. Thank you. You all said good morning back to me, so this is better because this means that you can hear me now. Right. Tours and activities. Where was I? This is the reason people go to your destination. They want to experience the local life, they want to see the sights and the attractions. They don't go to sleep in a hotel bed or to fly. Now, there is no technology in tours and activities. In hotels and flights, all the way through the 1970s and 1980s and 1990s, people booked hotels via telex, via fax, via telephone. Technology was built. But tours and activities has always been an in-destination purchase. So there was never any big technology built, unlike the hotels and flights. So we have come along and built all of that technology that is needed, just like the hotel industry, but for local tours. The starting point is that only 15% of local tour operators have a reservation system. The rest are running their business on Excel and email. 2014, only 15% of people have local tour operators have a reservation system. That is a really painfully low number. Now, why is this statistic important, and what has changed to make this 15% actually a really big problem that we all need to solve together? Well, of course, the answer is mobile. Now, last year, or in 2013, when I talked about mobile for tours and activities, I would give an example of the customer being in their hotel room 11:30 at night, going, "What shall we do tomorrow?" And that scared a lot of local tour operators. But nowadays, this year, for mobile, I say, look at all these people standing in the queue. Anyone recognise where that is? It's the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. These people are bored. They are standing in a queue, they are waiting to see the Eiffel Tower, and they really would prefer to be doing something else. So we need to give them the capability on their mobile device to go, hey, what can I do now? What can I do in 30 minutes' time? What can I do in 1 hour's time? So the timeline, even in 2 years on mobile, has gone from what can we do tomorrow to what can we do now. This has created new needs. We need a lot of live availability information. We need to know it's still available. We need to know there's only 5 spaces left on that food tour. We need instant confirmation. If you're booking and you're going to do it immediately, you can't wait for someone to email you back. And you need to redeem the booking immediately. Now, I won't go into too much detail, I've got a lot of time here, but when a customer books on their mobile, do you know what we do? We send them an email and say, hey, print out this paper voucher. Well, how on earth is a customer who's walking around the city going to print out anything? So we have a geocoded, we have a QR code and a barcode format that local tour operators can use to scan the customer as they walk up, so no more paper vouchers. We also need to think about customer behaviour, because no longer are we talking about pre-planned tours, we're talking about spontaneous tours. Spontaneous based on the weather, based on anything else. So what do we do? How do we solve this? Well, we have a mechanism where we're the largest platform in local tour operators on B2B. We do about $150 million of bookings a year, which, to give you a sense of scale, that's probably about 5 times bigger than Get Your Guide. We don't have their $45 million of funding. But anyway, so what we do is we have a mechanism where you can create a regional website, let's say city website A, city website B, city website C. You can get your local suppliers onto your regional websites and make them bookable. Now, bookable, hey, yeah, e-commerce. We like e-commerce. So we want you to aggregate your local suppliers, get them bookable online, on mobile, and on OTAs. Because we can route that product, once you have created it and worked with your local providers, we can route that product up to the large OTAs. And when they send bookings back to your suppliers in your destinations, you can take a percentage of that revenue. So replace the reliance on hotels. Because Expedia and Booking.com will be there in the next year or so, if they're not here already. Instead, replace that revenue with so to summarise what we do, we have 3 places where we can get supply from, supply being tours and activities. Firstly, we have our own reservation system and iPad point of sale. And some of our, this means people who use TourCMS to run their entire business. Great. We have the ability to connect to other people's existing reservation systems. So an example would be City Break in Stockholm. We're doing some work on that at the moment. So we can take product out of existing reservation systems. And thirdly, for companies that don't have reservation systems at all, we can provide an extranet to get your suppliers at least online and bookable and able to be part of any projects you want to put together. And then from a demand perspective, we can feed it into your regional websites, we can put it on the supplier's own websites to make it bookable for them, and of course we can route it up to the global online travel agents for them to generate bookings for you automatically. So just to summarise, so we're the largest B2B, meaning we provide technology solutions, local tours and activities company in the world. We're UK based, and so thank you very much for your time, and follow me on Twitter. I'm quite noisy on Twitter, so thank you very much for your time.
Question for you. How is your business disrupting traditional business models in the travel industry?
Well, I say we're disrupting by fixing, because we've started with something that is broken and have tried to fix it, which is a different scenario to other people who have startups who try and innovate or whatever. We are saying, no, this is a problem, it's a quite straightforward problem, but we need to solve something that is broken immediately. And we're disrupting by we're not really disrupting anyone, because mostly these are in-destination bookings. So people book 50 to 75% of their day tours when they have arrived. I flew in yesterday to the airport. What was the first thing I did? I picked up the leaflet with all the adverts in and thought, hey, what am I going to do? So we still provide supplier direct bookings. So we're not disrupting anything. We're just improving and fixing from offline to online.
And what's the biggest challenge in bringing the traditional side of the industry, bringing them all online and making them all bookable? Because I'm sure they want to be, but there's a missing link there.
The real challenge is that tours and activities is very much a lifestyle business, so you can't get local tour operators' attention for very long, because they'd much prefer be out there giving a cycling tour or a food tour or something else. If you're dealing with hotels or restaurants, they tend to have employees who will look after their technology. With local tour companies, you're dealing with the entrepreneur. So every time you try and do something for them, you have to be minimising the time that they're spending with the technology in front of them.
Great, thank you very much for sharing that insight with us. Stay on stage. I'm going to actually invite all of our former guests back onto the stage. So you're very welcome back. And I'm going to start by actually asking Hans-Petter Almer some questions about travel disruption, because I know we had a very interesting discussion about this earlier. And I want to know what your view is. When we talk about travel disruption, I think sometimes we're thinking about the really, really famous big players which are changing everything, such as Airbnb. So perhaps just going straight into such a big player which has caused I guess some challenges for the industry. As a national tourist board, what's your take on this? How do you view and approach someone like Airbnb coming onto the scene?
Well,
Is it on?
Yes, it is.
Obviously, for the customer, it's a good thing. Of choice, it's a great thing. And for us as an NTO, it raises some interesting questions, of course. So, how to deal with all the alleged in black market. It's also disrupting some of our major customers. Because we, as a NTO and all the DMOs, are actually we work for the local hoteliers or the local hotel chains. And Airbnb is obviously disrupting their business. And on the other hand, we are open to and happy to work together with anybody who wants to promote Norway, as long as it's on our terms. So we haven't really had any big situations with it.
Do you think that someone like Airbnb also offers something different for the visitor, something a unique way to experience a destination, and perhaps this is also a positive thing that you could actually work with as a tourist board?
Absolutely. But at the same time, it's inevitable that this might happen because technology pushes change. And it's something that hasn't been fixed before, like you said, Alex. And Airbnb does this, fill this gap. But at the same time, it's also disrupting the hotel industry. And you see that impact in major cities in like New York, Barcelona, whatever. It's coming to Norway as well now, and it's really multiplying the number of apartments being rented out. It's just not like people are renting out an extra room or something. It's like people are renting out apartments via Airbnb instead of to the locals or to students. You see that at least in major cities in all over the world. So it has some big impacts that we as financially funded by the public money really needs to reflect upon before like just jumping into it because it's new and cool.
Do you think the right approach is to regulate or to create parameters for new businesses with new business models?
Well, that's really not up to me to go
Good answer. So going over to our three disruptors who are doing different things in travel, I think starting with Martin, how do you view the new players like Airbnb, and then how do you view your own solutions, which are completely different? But do you see yourself as creating a solution in the industry or creating something new, or actually challenging something which really already exists and putting that in a more threatening position?
All right. It's on? Okay, good. Well, we're not quite as disruptive as Airbnb, I have to admit. So I think we're more building on something that has existed and that has been evolving, but has been stagnant for the last 20 years. So it's time for this industry that I'm in to take a leap, and I think we're part of that.
I'm a big fan, and actually one of our program director, Ramona, came up with the term recently, blue ocean thinking, which I thought was great. It's looking in the ocean for something which hasn't been done yet. So, Alex, how do you sort of embrace this kind of approach in your business? Do you think, as a technology business, there are learnings there for travel businesses, which actually, in fact, do something quite different?
Well, technology, I think, is very similar to how Airbnb is operating, in that Airbnb doesn't take, is in a product type that is a must-buy. When you go to a destination, you have to buy somewhere to sleep, and you have to buy a flight or a train to get there. Technology is also a must-buy. In tours and activities, the biggest competitor is a hangover. You wake up and you think, hey, I'm not going to do that tour I thought I was going to do. So we're never, tours and activities have never been a must-buy. Restaurants have been, a little bit, which is the reason why Priceline has invested in OpenTable and TripAdvisor has invested in La Fourchette, because travellers have to buy an evening meal in a restaurant. So I think technology, I quite like trying to innovate in an area where it's a must-buy. So Hotel Tonight, Airbnb falls into that, and travel technology is also a must-buy. if we can get the percentage up from 15% to 100%.
Great. And finally, Stuart, for you, when it comes to data and analytics, we can talk about big data and the millions and billions of zettabytes and gigabytes and everything else that exists on the web. But do you think that businesses sometimes miss the very core of what they do, which is their own analytics, their own data which they actually have to their disposal? Do you think they're using that to the extent which they should and could be?
Some, I think, do it better than others, but I think there's definitely more of a need to be able to analyse your own results and starting with that data first and how you can actually build on that data. But then also it's a resource issue, and understandably for a lot of small businesses it's quite difficult to get that resource to actually do it. So there are other companies out there who can help with that. But I think, answering your question, yes, I think there's definitely something that should be looked at a lot closer. And as a starting point, I think, for the marketing strategy.
Best to start with your own data and then think about what else is out there. Sure. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Tomorrow in a lot of depth. So thanks very much for warming us up and sharing with us your bit different business models. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you very much. So, I am very pleased to welcome back a company which has absolutely transformed everything we do in our daily lives, and that's not least how we travel. Kristiansand is our next guest from Facebook, and she's going to be speaking about something which I have been waiting to hear about for a long, long time, and that is Instagram. We talk about it all of the time as outsiders, and we've been waiting for somebody to come and shed some light on all those opportunities and how to make the most out of them. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Alright, to start off, I want to start by showing you a video that are showcasing some of our best brands on Instagram. Here are some examples of some of the best brands we have on Instagram and how they're using Instagram to tell their stories from their brands and how they want to show what they're all about on Instagram. Today we're going to focus on how you as travel marketers can use Instagram, get the most out of your presence on Instagram, and if you're not already there, maybe give you some inspiration on why you should be on Instagram. My name is Kristiansand and I work for Facebook towards the Norwegian market. A big part of my job revolves around talking to companies in different industries, different verticals, about how they should think around Instagram and how they should create this Instagram-friendly content, which is what we're going to spend a lot of time here in my presentation talking about. So, actually travel is a really big part of my life. I travel a lot as part of my job, but I also try to travel as much as I can during my vacation days, because I'm really eager to see new places and experience new things. A lot of the inspiration and the ideas that I get about where to travel next actually comes to me on rainy October days when I'm sitting at home on my sofa just scrolling through the feed on my mobile. The process of traveling, as you all know, it takes place in several steps. It doesn't just start when I'm on the airplane to my next destination. It starts when I'm on the sofa, going through the feed on my mobile, looking for ideas and inspiration, seeing images of the beautiful white sandy beaches of Bali where my roommate is, and she's happily sharing images from, wishing that I was there as well. We look for ideas, we get inspired, and then we start exploring, we start planning, we start booking, and continuously look for more inspiration in the process. And then we travel, and we explore, and we take photos to capture moments and to eternalize our memories. And the journey, of course, doesn't end when we get back home either. We start, during the entire time, we upload images, and when we get back home, we continue to upload images, and we reflect upon the trip that we just had. And what I want to say is that Instagram actually plays an integral part in this whole experience. On Instagram, you're part of the first phase, the dream phase. You're there, you need to show inspiring and creative and engaging content so that people can dream about these destinations. And you need to be present in the reflecting phase, where people are thinking about the happy memories that they had with your company or brand or at the destination that you represent. Instagram's mission is to capture and share the world's moments. And one of these moments you can actually see on the slide behind me here now is from the snowboard producer, Burton. So Instagram was introduced about the same time as the iPhone 4, which meant that suddenly millions could share, they could consume a lot of beautiful, high-quality images instantly. On Instagram, brands are just like the rest of the community. They have the same shot at sharing beautiful, engaging images, just like any mom or a teenager, photographer, or celebrity. And on Instagram, it started out as an app for simply just sharing images, but it has evolved and become so much more than that, which I'm going to talk about here today. Our values for Instagram, they are revolving around, and they actually represent the essence of the community. The community first, that's our first value. And then we have simplicity matters and inspire creativity. What does it mean for you guys? Well, it means that you can reach a highly engaged audience that is on Instagram. It also means that you can reach them in a very simple, a very visual, and very mobile way, because it's on the mobile phone. Also, it's a very high-quality, creative context that you're reaching these people in. And the thing about Instagram is that on Instagram, people actually, about 50% of what you follow on Instagram stem from people or brands that you don't have a personal relationship to. So the community on Instagram, they want to explore new things. They want to see the world from new perspectives. They want to have input from your brands. Instagram is of course, the community is core to Instagram, as I said. And I want all of you to start focusing on how you can inspire and how can you engage your community. Our community is now over 200 million monthly actives around the world, and we're seeing a lot of growth in markets such as the UK and Russia and in Brazil. And about 70 million, roughly 35% of all our users are in the US, while the rest is outside of the US. So more than 130 million of our users are actually outside the US, which means that Instagram is a global app. And engagement is very, very, very strong on Instagram. I'm sure you're all aware of this. And we've actually built an app and platform that makes it possible to consume and produce a lot of content, but in a very simple way. And you see that content production on Instagram is very strong. About 60 million photos are uploaded every day on Instagram, and about 1.8 billion photos are liked every day on Instagram. So that's why it's important that we've built out an app that makes it possible to consume and produce and capture all these moments while still remaining a simple, lightweight experience for our people and our brands that are on this platform. So Instagram is a great place for sharing images, but as I said, it's evolved to become so much more than that. Instagram is now a place where all of you can drive storytelling for your brand. It's a way you can build up your brand and you can connect with the people that you want to connect with through inspiring and engaging and creative content. By having a presence on Instagram, Instagram can actually help you reach branding KPIs, such as driving awareness for your products or for services for your company. You can reinforce, shift brand perceptions, or maybe you want to create associations to you have partner companies, or you're collaborating with a celebrity, a blogger, etc. you can drive the associations that you want to do. On the slide behind me here now, you'll see an image from Hurtigruten. And Hurtigruten is here positioned in very beautiful setting. It's in the fjords of Norway, which means that I develop an association between Hurtigruten and these beautiful fjords, the beautiful scenery. And it also makes me have a positive attitude towards Hurtigruten, and I want to see more of what this company has to offer. So actually brands are some of the most creative contributors that we have to our Instagram platform. I want to take you through some guidelines and give you some tips here on how you can think around content on Instagram, and give you more of a practical look at how you should do this, also how you should build a strategy in terms of how you look at content production. There are 3 areas that is important that you all start out with. The first is, how does Instagram fit into your overall brand marketing strategy? Is your goal to create awareness? Or is your goal to shift reinforced perceptions? Do you want to reach a new audience? Pick a goal that can be achieved through connecting with Instagram's highly creative and visual audience. The next thing is to choose story themes that are authentic to your brand, but that also but you can also have a variety in the content that you post. And the third thing is, work together with your brand or with your creative team to make out and develop content and creatives that will fit the Instagram platform. And actually, take inspiration from other brands, because it's not that difficult to make great content. All you actually need is a smartphone and a creative mind. Then the job is done. There is actually no need for fancy photo equipment. So, in addition to this, there are 7 tips that you can think around when creating content for Instagram that I'm going to walk you through now. And they will give you a practical way of how to develop content, what kind of creative elements can you think of, and also how you can develop a strategy behind what you do on Instagram. So content is, of course, the essence. And it's very important that all of the content that you guys put out there should add to the experience that people have when they are on Instagram. Start out by having a clear identity and a clear voice. So define the words that will reflect your brand voice and brand tone on Instagram. And define the feelings that you want people to associate with your brand when they see your content. And of course, also try to define what kind of role you want to play in the lives of these people that see your content and that are part of your community. And then next, develop these content themes that I just mentioned, or content pillars if you want. It's a way of classifying your content. And choose these content pillars based on what's relevant for your brand. And also this will help create some sort of consistency. People will know what they can expect to see from your company. And it also ensures kind of variety in your content, and you can enforce key brand associations. Then, focus on image subjects. Post content that is kind of unique, it's more behind the scenes, it's things that you won't see on other platforms. Candid insider access is what people love about Instagram. So try to think how you can show your brand from a different angle than what you're doing in other media. You can, for instance, do like SAS is doing here behind me. They're showing an image of the people that are working for SAS, the crews. So this is a behind-the-scenes look, because you won't see this in print or in TV. And also, it's very authentic. These are real people, and it's real situations. Next is also, I'm sure you're aware of this, but use the possibilities that you have to enhance images and make them better than the image that you just captured. So use, for instance, filters. We have filters in the app. You can use third-party apps, because we know that the use of filters on Instagram resonates well with the community. For instance, like Hillary is doing behind me here. They're using a filter to enhance the colors to make it more visually attractive and appealing. So I recommend all of you to bring out the colors that you have and make sure that the image is speaking for themselves. And also, try to keep the text as short and sweet as possible, and let kind of let the image speak for itself. Because no one is interested in reading a book when they scroll through the feed, nor do we have time for that. So keep it short and sweet, and maybe ask a question to spur engagement. Also, in some cases, if you have an event or something going on, you can tag up the location as where your post, where your content is from. And also, maybe you're collaborating, as I said, with a celebrity or a blogger or a third party of some sort. You can tag up this account also in your content, because this is a way to reach more people. Also, make sure that you moderate the number of posts that you put out there. We suggest that you have about 1 to 3 posts a day, but make sure that you're consistent but non-intrusive. That's the most important point. Be consistent in the way you publish and how often you publish posts. Also, in addition to these kind of 7 tips as to how to create content, I wanted to share with you some of our creative guidelines and standards when it comes to those companies that want to become advertisers for us. I'm going to talk to you a bit about advertising on Instagram at the end of this presentation. However, I wanted to share these tips because I think that you should already start implementing this now with your organic posts. So, for instance, we don't allow any kind of text overlay on the posts that are to become ads. This is because we see that text overlay tend to get a negative reaction from the community. The same goes for logo overlay. We don't allow that either for the same reason. Because we see that whenever you take graphic elements or images and overlay them onto other images and then save it out from the community. Also on the right side you can see some examples of kind of the tips that we give to our advertisers. Looking at the image on the very top right corner, it's important that you have a clear focus in your ads or in your content. Because this image, it's okay, but there's no focus. You don't actually know what you're looking at, and also it can be it's too busy, and it can be easily overlooked when people scroll through the feed, and that's not something you want. You want people to stop. And the picture in the very bottom right here, it's not a bad picture, it's not the worst picture in the world, but the caption reads, "Good morning, go out and grab a cup of coffee." And we don't recommend that, because we don't recommend that people or that companies references particular parts of the day. People log into the Instagram app maybe once a day, maybe several times a day, but we don't know exactly when. So by referencing the morning, and then you come in on Instagram in the afternoon and the evening, and you see this post, it might not be relevant to you at all. So these are things that I suggest that you think about already now when creating content for Instagram. So we have some brands that are really, really great at creating content on Instagram, and I want to share some of these with you now. I also want to share a few creative elements that you can have in mind when you develop content for Instagram. The first is use of colors. I talked about how you can use our filters to enhance the images, and see how you can actually bring out the colors in your images. Take a look at the second image here, for instance, from SAS. They are here using a filter to bring out the contrasts in colors. So this is a very powerful tool, and it's something that you should play around with, because people will actually stop when they see an image with really, really strong colors. Another interesting effect that you also could play around with is the use of different angles. Try to look at things from new perspectives. Instead of just looking at it from this kind of view, how else can you make it an interesting image and make it an interesting focus? For instance, do like in the first picture from GoPro, they've attached a camera to the wheel of the bicycle. That gives a very interesting effect. Or like in the last picture from Maersk, they're taking a photo in front of the bow, so you're looking up at the ship as if you're like a small person looking up. That's also a really interesting effect to play around with. To see how you can use for your products or services or your destinations, whatever it is, how can you use different angles to make the content more interesting. Also, use of focus is something that you can play around with. For instance, in the first picture here, again from Maersk, they put the focus on this little Lego man who's dressed out as a worker. And they've blurred out the rest of the image with the ship in the background, which creates a kind of focus where you're immediately drawn to this little Lego man, while at the same time it's very interesting when you look at the overall picture. Or in the last picture from Disneyland, they blurred out almost the entire picture. The only thing that is showing is that little element that is representative of the fun times that you'll have at Disneyland. There's also a very interesting effect that a lot of brands and people have started to use lately, and it's a blur effect, where you're blurring out the entire image. And it's become so popular that there's actually a hashtag called Blur on Purpose that you can check out to get kind of ideas and inspiration as to how can you use this blur effect for your own company. And it's interesting because there's no focus like in the previous picture, but still gives interesting element to your content. And also, a very important point that I want you all to think about when you create content is to create a brand link between the images that you post and your own company. You need to be able to link the two together so it's not so generic that anyone could have posted it. So think about how can you develop content, how can you put your products or services into the picture, for instance. Like Norwegian in the first image, or Hurtigruten in the last image are doing here. They're clearly showing who the sender is. And they've done this through, for instance, Norwegian, you can see the little tip of the wing, and there's no way of mistaking that for being KLM. And Hurtigruten in the last image here, you won't mistake that for being another ship as well. So see if you can put your brands or products into the image to make a clear link. And for those of you who do not have a clear branded product or service to put in the picture, you can do like Akvaria i Bergen is doing here. Showing the scenery around, what's happening around, the spectators in the background, and it's clear that you are actually at the aquarium in Akvaria i Bergen. Because it would be very easy for instance, Akvaria i Bergen to just show images of seals and penguins, but that might be too generic because you won't know that these images are actually taken at the aquarium. So see how you try to figure out how can you make a clear reference to the sender whenever you post a picture on Instagram. Also, sometimes small details can be actually all you need to make an image very engaging and interesting. So see how you can focus on small creative elements to make things appear more interesting. Like in the first image here, instead of just posting an image of a camera, the person who posted this made the strap into a little heart. Or in the last picture here from Disneyland, they actually took a photo of a couple's shadow, and here the woman is dressed with Minnie Mouse ears, which makes it very relevant to Disneyland, but it's also another more creative way of taking images, and it has a uniqueness to it. So think around how can you play off situations, or how can you use special props to make your images have this more creative twist to it and make it more interesting. I also wanted to share with you a few brand accounts that I personally find to be super inspirational and that are really good at creating content. The first is Maersk Line. Maersk Line is the container division of Maersk Group, the shipping company. And for some of you might think that this is a very unsexy brand and a brand that you wouldn't think to follow on Instagram. But they're really good at what they do. They have a really clear strategy in place for everything they do. They have a very clear identity and a clear voice. And they're really good at making really engaging, captivating imagery. And the images that they're posted on their profile is not only images that Maersk takes themselves, it's also images that people take, and they upload it on a specific hashtag that Maersk can use to repost. So actually Maersk has developed identity so that people know what it would take for Maersk to want to repost their image to their profile. And they have this community of people now that are their brand ambassadors and that they're highly engaged. And I believe that if a type of company like Maersk can do this, then it shouldn't be a problem for anyone in this room to be as good as them. KLM is another favorite of mine. They're extremely good at creating content, not only on Instagram, but also on Facebook. Again, they have a clear identity in everything they do. They are using, what I said, all these tips that I mentioned, the different angles. They're showing their planes in all kinds of different angles. And they play off small creative elements in everything they do. Sometimes they focus on small elements, sometimes they focus on the entire airplane. They're funny. So I would encourage you to go in and check out what they're doing on both Instagram and Facebook, actually. And the thing about KLM is that they also have a clear strategy in place for absolutely everything they do. And it can be a source of inspiration for actually all kinds of companies, no matter what type of company or what type of business you're operating in. And then there's Kilroy Norway, a travel operator that you're probably familiar with. They're also really good at creating great content. They are uploading images. They understand what Instagram is all about. So they're uploading images that shows beautiful destinations wherever they travel around the world, whenever they travel to a new place that they want to check out for their customers. They upload own experiences. They show the people that are working with the brand. And that's another way of doing it. It's not only showing beautiful scenery that could have been taken by anyone, it's also showing the people, like I said earlier, that are working with the company and their own experiences is coming through this content. It makes it more personal. So when you spend a lot of time on developing great content, it's of course also important that your content gets seen by the people that you want to connect with in the community. The best way to do this is through hashtags. So start off by defining these content pillars that I talked about earlier, and then define about 3 to 5 hashtags for each content pillar that are representative of the content in this content pillar and also your brand. Because people on Instagram, they actually search for specific keywords or hashtags because they want to experience new content and they want to find new accounts to follow. So by people that you want to be connected with. I recommend that you do not use too many hashtags. And please, please, please stay away from hashtags such as likes for likes, the simple shortcuts, easy ways out. Because these people that are on these hashtags will not have any value for you at all. They'll be part of your community, yes, but they will never be your brand ambassadors and they'll never bring any extra value for you. To show how this can actually work out for some companies, the middle picture here from Star Tour, they're showing a beautiful breakfast, which is highly relevant for Star Tour because they're promoting hotels. Breakfast is a big part of staying in a hotel. And they've classified this post with hashtags Tyrkia, Alanya, and Sommar, which is the country, the city, and the time of year. So that when people go in and search for the hashtag summer, they will find this content, they will find this post from Star Tour, they'll get inspired and they want to see what else Star Tour has to offer to make the perfect summer. Or the last picture here from Visit Sørlanted. It's a beautiful picture from the very southern part of Norway. It shows Lindesnes Lighthouse. And they've classified this post with, for instance, Lighthouse and Lindesnes, so that the people that go into Instagram and search for Lighthouse or Lindesnes will find Visit Sørlandet. And also these people that search for these particular hashtags are of interest to Visit Sørlandet to have as part of their community. I also talked about how hashtags can be used to reach more people. And an important part of hashtags is that you can use them as part of a contest or competition. Lufthansa did this. They developed a hashtag called the Pilot Diary. It was part of a bigger campaign that they were running, and they were doing it on Instagram. And the Pilot Diary was a way for Lufthansa to show a different side to their company, showing the people that work for Lufthansa, the pilots, and their everyday lives. And all the images that they uploaded under this hashtag were taken by the pilots on their everyday lives and what they were doing on their trips, etc. You can see the images on the slides behind me here now. For instance, there's a meal, the dinner that one pilot is eating in front of the steering wheel in the cockpit. Or another image by Philip posting next to his uniform after having traveled to LAX from Frankfurt. Or this image as the airplane is approaching the gates. You can clearly see a little person on the ground waving the airplane in, and the caption reads, "Best parking space available." This is an interesting way for us to see how it's like to sit in the cockpit as the airplane is actually rolling up towards the gates. Or this one, also taken by a pilot when airborne. Sunrise or sunset, both actually. Or this one, which is actually one of my personal favorites, which shows the hard reality of being a pilot. I personally struggled with jet lag for many days after I came back from a trip to New York about a month ago. I cannot imagine what it is like for a pilot. Wide awake at 4:30 a.m., #jet lag. So this campaign that Lufthansa did for their pilot diary can be an inspiration to all of you. How can you create themes or hashtags that would engage your communities and that people would want to follow to learn more about your company or brand? So we've talked a lot about developing great content here today, and the most important things to have in mind as travel marketers is that you need to be present when people are dreaming, when they're sitting at home, it's raining outside, and they just want to see inspiring content from your destinations, and they're highly receptive to visual, creative images. And you also need to be present at the reflect phase. For people that have been traveling, but they want to remember these happy memories, and that can build a very strong link between these people and your brand if you're there showing beautiful images of these places that they've traveled to, or images of your product or service that got them the happy memories that they're thinking about. So in the end here, I want to talk about what's happening next. We know that Instagram is becoming a very valuable asset for marketers. That's why we launched ads on Instagram. And ads, they will appear in the most prominent feed that we have, or place that we have on Instagram, which is the content feed. And they will look as if they're organic posts. The only difference is a little sponsored sign in the top right corner. All of the images on the slides behind me here now are actual ads that we run in the US. We started running ads about UK, Canada, and Australia now. We're taking this slow. We're spending a lot of time on our ads because we want to make sure that it's a good experience, not only for our marketers, but also for our community, because community is core to Instagram. And also, the focus in this initial test has been on branding KPIs, such as reach, awareness, ad recall, and not on social KPIs, such as likes and comments. Because we're talking about marketing here, we're talking about how Instagram is a valuable place to drive marketing for your companies. So the bar for creating and becoming an advertiser on Instagram is extremely high. And today, only a few advertisers, those that are the best at creating content, that really understand what Instagram is all about, are allowed to be advertisers on our platform. And for others, they might never have the opportunity to be advertisers. I can also not say when we will introduce ads in Norway, or if we will introduce ads in Norway. So the focus for all of you here today should be on how can you create great inspiring content for your community? How can you drive rich storytelling? And how can you build your brand through using this platform? Test different kind of creative elements to see what works out for you, and think of how can you give value to your customers or potential customers, your community. There's no fixed answer to any of this. You just have to try different things and see what works for you. But hopefully the points that I've talked about here today should get you somewhere along the way. And also I recommend that you write down this link on the slide behind me here now. Go in there, check out this page. There will be inspirational cases there. Also, you can stay up to date on what's happening with Instagram. So take this opportunity that Instagram is giving you, and I'm sure that Instagram can become a really, really valuable channel for all of you in this room. Thank you very much.
Inspiration. Before you head off, and we are giving these to all of our speakers, and we do have a little cuddly toy for you to take home with you. So hopefully you'll be Instagramming that later. I think it's really great to see some very, very practical advice on how businesses or destinations should be thinking about Instagram. Am I right in understanding that it's all about having a very personal approach and also a very creative approach to how you think and how you work?
Absolutely. Make it as personal, as creative, and as inspirational as you can. And there's, as I said, no fixed answer, because for every brand it will be a different approach. But use all these elements that I've talked about to make it a personal, like people see what your company is all about from a more personal perspective.
You'll be around for the rest of the day,
I will.
If you have any questions, you can certainly connect in one of the social circles at lunch. So thank you once again for being here. So our next speaker is Katrin Moskva. She's the Director of Digital Development at Visit Oslo. I have to say, I'm truly inspired by the work of Visit Oslo and the huge changes that you guys have been making over the last few months. You've got a lot of stories to tell, and today you're going to just talk about one of those, I think. So we're really looking forward to shedding some light and seeing a little bit more about how you've been approaching the digital landscape. So thanks very much for coming and being here with us.
Thank you, thank you. It's a bit weird being here. I'm home, I'm in Kristiansand. I really want to say javel and do the Kristiansand dialect, but I'm forced to speak English. I'll do my very best. It's also a bit weird to be in this beautiful city of mine, Kristiansand, talking about this other city in my heart. But there are room for two, and it's like having kids, right? You don't love the second one less than the first, or at least that's what I'm told. I'm the youngest. I'm going to talk about Visit Oslo. And what happened last fall was that we got a new CEO, and she wanted to initiate a process to see in which way should Visit Oslo develop. And before forming a new strategy, we had quite a long period with evaluation and insights, both about the industry that we represent and also about the world that we are operating in, what happens around us. I'm not going to drive you through the process. We know a lot of things, and I could certainly talk a couple of hours about that. So I'm going to rush into the evaluation process. We know that Oslo is more important than Visit Oslo. So we're going to turn about being Visit Oslo-centric to be more about Oslo, wherever Oslo appears. And we need to be measured in the same way as the industry that owns us are measured. So we're going to work with, it says turnover here, but it's really value creation, verdiskapning. That's the thing that we're going to measure. And it chooses us, forces us to choose actions and activities that will pay out for the industry. We need to activate the people of Oslo. They're both very important in the value creation in the industry in Oslo, and they are also a possible asset for us in marketing the city, especially digital. I'll come back to that. We need to boost events. We know that when there are events in the city, that's the most valuable days. The highest turnover in the industry is when there are big events in the city. So we're going to boost small and big events, and that's a whole lot of activities going around that, and I'm not going to talk too much about that today. And we also need to take a pioneer role in digital marketing, because in the big world we are pretty small, so if we're supposed to make any noise about Oslo, we have to just try to be creative and make the most out of every krone that we have available. So these guidelines made us form a new strategy, and I'm not saying the strategy was, it was a couple of documents, but the important thing for us was to make it as easy as possible for us to remember. Every 24 persons working with in Visit Oslo every day. So documents may be lying everywhere, but we have the strategy pyramid that is sort of easy for us to remember. So we always stay focused on what we're to achieve on behalf of our industry. And I'm not going to talk about the whole pyramid, but I'm just going to emphasize some of the different things in the pyramid that's relevant of today. Of course, we are, as most CMOs, there to make people visit and to use our city. That's our mission in the world. And As I told you a bit earlier, we are measuring our success in the same way as the industry does. We will make it worthwhile to be a host. Det skal være verdt å være verdt. So the industry shall have an increased value creation, and we measure this every year. Also, like most DMOs, we have a task in profiling our city. And we say, in this digital world, the best way we can do that is to have good stories about Oslo appear in as many screens as possible. And we sum that up in what we call the digital footprints. And tomorrow there's a workshop, and my colleague Tord, who's in here somewhere, going to take you through how we do that exactly. But we do believe if we can have Oslo appear on as many screens as possible, we are doing a better job for Oslo in positioning and promoting our city. So that's an important one. We're going to increase that with 20% every year, so that's quite a task. And in the very, very base of our strategy pyramid, it's the firm belief that good experiences in Oslo will lead to more experiences and better experiences. And the only way we can say that is that firm belief that the word of mouth put in the social media context is the only way to go. So we base this on everything, and right above that we have the black line, which is the digital strategy. So I'm not saying everything we do is digital, but it should somehow be digital in the mix of the activities that we do. The digital strategy. It is, as I said in the beginning, Oslo is bigger than Visit Oslo, and you find that when you see the digital strategy. It's also about our own towns, but it's more about what is out there. And there's two main goals in the digital strategy. It's increasing the digital footprint, and that is every story on Oslo, no matter who makes it, in the social media, by us, by other people, that's the digital footprint. And that means for us that we also need to take a role for the industry in Oslo that we represent. Because we can't do that alone. Then we say we need to become the digital lighthouse, fyrtårnet, for the industry in Oslo. In many ways, what the Usus project does for the Visit Sørlanted. So we need to find a way to support the industry to be better, because Oslo stories are not only produced by us, and we need to do things, to solve our things in a pioneer way, as I said earlier, and we hope to do that so good that we get recognition and get invited to do speeches like this. So that's, these things come together and are part of how we're going to solve the digital challenges in Visit Oslo. So we got the new strategy, we got the new set of goals, we got the new ways to work. We're reorganizing how Visit Oslo, and we got the very old physical logo and design program. So we were supposed to change that, but didn't come up during the way. And there were budgets to create a new visual identity for our city. But what did come up was, should we take the opportunity to do this in a new way? Because we have a new strategy, we have a new set of work, could we not use this possibility to create some buzz and to involve some people in Oslo? So we decided to try to do that, and that's why how Digger Oslo was born. And the very first thing we did after we decided it has to be, according to the new strategy, somehow involving, it needed to happen in social media, we need to find a hashtag. And a hashtag, we had a lot of discussions and a lot of words came up, but in the end we needed it to be positive, we needed it to be cool, to be easy, so we brushed the dust off the old diggle word. That's very familiar for people in my generation, and diggle Oslo it was. And my Oslo was suggested, in Oslo was suggested, but we really didn't want the stories to be about prostitution or drugs or crime or things that suddenly could appear if you didn't force the involving to be around the good parts of the city. Because in every big city, also in Oslo, you have, the other stuff too. So we did this, and we created this concept that aimed for involving our stakeholders. We're 100% owned by the travel industry. That means hotels, museums, restaurants, PCO, meeting venues, etc. So we needed to involve these people in creating this in this project. And we also wanted to activate the rest of the people of Oslo in this process, because they're there and they should take a stronger ownership to their city and to the work that we do on behalf of all of them. Every now and then, all of us are hosts, and if you work in the industry or if you're private, you still. So we also wanted to build local patriotism. Oslo is the city that you're formally allowed to hate in Norway, and we wanted to take this opportunity to say, I know that, but you're also allowed to dig it. So we're trying to establish a way to a frame where you can also love the city digitally. And we wanted to, of course, communicate and discuss the real Oslo. What is it that we love about the city, everybody who lives here or visited for that sake? I mean, you were invited to participate here as long as you like the city. And we wanted to give our logo and design a story. It wasn't just something created in the corner of a design company. It was a story behind it that had all these other things in it. Quick criticism, it didn't exactly happen, but it wasn't really bad either, so at least we muted it. And of course we wanted to strengthen these things in our strategy. We wanted to do something that increased the footprint. We wanted to do some pioneer work, and hopefully it will help strengthen the lighthouse strategy. So this guy, it's Rodney Boots from Brandlab Oslo. He was the very scared lead design of this process. It was the first time both him and, as far as we know, it's the first time somebody had an open design process. But for us, it's also important to say that we do have a designer here. We didn't want people to create the design. We just wanted them to try to influence the design. So we invited to what we call an open design process, meaning that we wanted people to brief the designers. Every time the designers had a question for us, we said, I'm not sure. People of Oslo, what do you say? So the design process, from the designer's point of view, were pretty much as it would have been But from our point of view, it was the customer of the designer wasn't Visit Oslo, it was everybody who did Oslo. So we invited and we started this little stunt the same day as we launched our new strategy. So we had the industry trying to, or helping us to make it happen all at once, or to be significant in the start. We invited everybody to brief, and interesting to have been here hearing about Instagram. For us, Instagram was the main channel in this stunt, because everything in Instagram is so beautiful. Everything's a bit more beautiful, and it's a good way to have the impression of the feel that the people have of the city. And also Instagram is, of course, the easiest way to take the insights from the people of Oslo and bringing out to the people that don't understand Norwegian, because everybody knows the language of pictures. So the only chance we actually had in our little campaign here was our own blog and our own website. On the blog, we invited for discussions, etc. Often it was meant for the industry. On the website, it was more mass communication with the rest of the city, and more information than invitation to discuss. So these were the two channels, in addition to, of course, what happened on Instagram. And what we did was, instead of deciding how Oslo should appear on Instagram, we made, of course, the people that were interested decide what's Oslo, what's the brand feel. So the designers were to get inspired by the pictures delivered and the people delivered. We were really how well this actually worked. But the challenge it was a long process to make this. So how can we have the story live for 3.5 months? And it was hard, and I'm not sure we made it completely, but somehow, to some extent, we made it. And the T-shirt that I'm wearing was an important thing that really helped us. We gave it away. Like this is one of a very famous blogger in Oslo. That was us. They got a T-shirt. They blogged about it, shared it. Somebody wanted to buy it, and this thing appeared and helped us having the conversation going about what should Oslo be like, and can we really allow ourselves to dig it. So actually, we ordered 300 T-shirts to hand out to the industry and important people in that could be help us have the conversation going, and we ended up buying 300 more T-shirts for sale. So we earned approximately the same money on selling T-shirts that we spent buying them. So no cost really. We also had an open workshop for the hardcore fans. We were a bit afraid that nobody would turn up. It was, you can come, you can spend 4 hours in the evening and work with us and with the designers on different tasks around how is Oslo. Is it positive, is it negative, is it warm, is it cold, is it business, is it pleasure, a lot of things. They were working with personas, etc., etc. But we have 30 persons showing up approximately, and they did a great work with and for us that evening. Somehow it's interesting to involve the nerds also in this kind of work. For us, an important part of the story was that we do respect that that designing a logo is a profession for somebody, and we're not asking the people to create a logo, just to participate as the customer part. So we had the first thing we had from the designer was the mood boards. I don't know if any of you saw it. I didn't understand a thing. What's this? How is this gonna be affecting a logo? And how did you get from the pictures on Instagram to the mood boards? But the designers let us in to their mind and how they were working, also through some blogging on our blog. So for us, it was important also to, kill criticism from other designers. We're not pissing on their profession. We're just solving it another way. So we had the first sketches out, and both here and also here, we're getting closer to something. We didn't really ask people anything. Do you like what you see? And many people responded that, yeah, I see something here I like, I see something here I hate, etc., etc. But the two things we ended up with were actually within these sketches. We created some buzz. There were bloggers talking and writing about our initiative. There were some cute tweets. Most of them were about how beautiful the city is, etc., what's cool. But also the politicians in Oslo started to have a quarrel on Twitter, and we're getting really nasty with each other because of some misunderstandings, ending up with the mayor of Oslo sending chocolate to politicians with reference to the Dig Oslo on Twitter and asked them to behave nicely. So this created articles in papers, etc., and helped us having a buzz about what's good and cool in our city and our campaign, of course. We also somehow take credit for changing the language. A word that hasn't been used. Digga webdagene, as you see here, and Digga suddenly appeared again after us using it. And and also international blogs and design blogs picked up on what we were doing. So in the end, we had two very different concepts for people to choose between, and I have to admit that we really loved one, and we were not fond of the other one. I think internally it was like 98% of staff wanted one and not the other. This is the one, and this is the other. And I have to say, at one point we really considered having people to choose between two versions of the one we liked. But we ended up giving them the two very different alternatives, and we had the local paper, which is Sørvig, Aftenposten, to have the votation for us, so we couldn't manipulate anything. And the people chose. And they chose for, luckily, the concept that we wanted. And it was somehow criticized, but I think and hope that you will see after we get implemented that it can be used in many exciting ways. The Dig Oslo stats are something like this. As we chose Instagram to be our main channel, this is also what we're really interested in. We can use this Instagram feed in many ways, also after the process, and we do. It's a perfect way for us to say to visitors, this is how people of Oslo view the city. So we think we created a lot of buzz, and I'm sure many of you are not too impressed about these stats, but I one takeaway here is that this initiative didn't cost us anything. It was a couple of hours with the blog and created some news for our own site. It was the t-shirts, then again we sold some t-shirts, so this is what we got for thinking different. And when you see that, I find it's more impressive, at least I think so. We even got a prize a couple of days ago. And when you see the stats presented like this, then you even more realize that this is an asset for us who works with Oslo. Every single one of these 10,300 pictures are statements of love for our city. And when you see it like this, you know, behind every great picture, there's in this case, 131 likes, 20-something comments, and this is really what we want, and this is what we want to have happening in every activity that we do. And in that way, you can see that it will affect our digital footprint. This campaign goes into, we have three key numbers that we measure in the digital footprint. And in the second one that you see here, content created by others, is of course highly influenced by this campaign. To some extent, actions from Visit Oslo followers also get influenced by this campaign. But this is the typical way we want to work. We have different kind of activities that works either with having our followers engaged with our content and becoming ambassadors for Oslo. Other activities like Digital Oslo, where we really want to push people to create great content on our behalf. And also, of course, own activities in our own channels to have our own content distributed and being usable for as many people as possible. So, the Digital Oslo campaign is over, but the hashtag lives very well. And we got ourselves a new logo, and it's like this.
Stay on the stage. This is Katrin. Would you just like to come back onto the stage? Because we have been very, very active, well not us, but all of you guys have been very active on Twitter. So they have been heeding our advice. And not only that, but we have people viewing from all over the world. So this is really impressive. We actually have a tweet from someone watching in Nairobi, which I have to say, even came to me as a surprise. So that's very good. And they actually wanted to know, they said, at Katrin, and Visit Oslo, how do you consolidate all of the ideas in the workshop? They want to know were the bloggers actually there in attendance? So good question.
None of the bloggers were in the workshop. In the workshop we found some industry participants, and we found some hardcore Oslo fans. They just lived in Oslo, and their father and great-father and great-grandfather and great-great-great, you know? So, really passionate about Oslo. Didn't work in the travel industry, just passionate about Oslo.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Let's give another round of applause. So, as I said, we've been very active on Twitter, and we also heard from Usus. So if you don't know who that is or when that is, check it out. They're making sure that everybody is going to come to Norway's biggest party this year. And I hope you're all very active too, because later on we're going to be awarding the best tweets. And there is that big prize to win as well, which is the colour line trip, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Moving on to our next speaker, Martin Stoll. Keeping with the theme of social media, which we know is so important in the tourism industry. Martin Stoll actually founded his company in 2006 and has been working with destinations and also travel businesses throughout that period, really focusing on how to get the most out of their social strategies and how to really build this in as part of their day-to-day business. He's got a lifetime of experience in the travel industry, actually starting out as a journalist, writing about travel, similar to me, and is now very passionate about digital and also very passionate about working with small, medium and large businesses about how to get the most out of their social media presence. So without any further ado, I'd like to welcome Martin to the stage. Thank you very much for being here.
Hello. It's great to be here. I think I win the prize for longest distance travel to come here, but so far well worth it. And I'm here to share two presentations with you. One tomorrow, which is a workshop that is going to be hands-on, and a presentation today, which is going to be more high-level, 30,000 feet, big picture presentation. I'm always a little bit of a disruptor, an instigator. I like to cause trouble, so forgive me if I share some thoughts that you might say you don't share. But that's part of this exercise here, and I highly encourage you to then shame me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is PDX. PDX is the airport code for Portland, Oregon, where I come from. So what I want to talk about today is the topic that I want to talk about, which circles matter in tourism. And when I go through the presentation, please keep in mind that I come from a social media agency. We work with clients all over the world, so a lot of my perspectives are very driven by a social media lens. So, I speak at a lot of conferences, this one also not being any different. A lot of conferences that you go to these days, the big topic is content. Content is king, content. Brands have to focus on content. That's the only way you get heard. Content everywhere. And there's a good reason for that, why content is seen as so important. The best illustration for me is when you watch television. So here in Europe, you watch BBC or you watch CNN, and there is so much going on the screen. You have the anchor presenting, and there's a ticker underneath that tells you the stock price, and there's a sidebar that tells you which story is coming up next, and there's a Twitter stream integrated, and so on. We are bombarded with stories that we need to pay attention, and we are watching. And we have Twitter on our mobile phone on the other hand, and all this going on at the same time. So the logic is content is everywhere. But from a brand marketing perspective, you also have to keep in mind is that it's your story or your content that you produce is not only competing with the content from other brands, but also competing with content that consumers are generating, user-generated content, and so on. So you compete not only with people eating burgers, but also kitten photos, and the stuff that people are really interested in. So the solution that is being talked about a lot in the marketing circles is that brands need to become storytellers. So that's the holy grail. If you manage to tell a story for your brand, that is the answer to all these problems that people are not paying attention. And there is a logical reason behind it. If you tell a good story, it has worked for the last 3,000 years when we were all living in caves. Before we had Instagram, you do the cave drawing about the bison that you killed that day, and people were sitting around the fire paying attention. So if only we can replicate that what we did around the campfire as brand marketers, we're gonna be successful. And my take on this is a little bit different. So I would argue that most brands that try to tell a story are not really telling a story, because a good story has a good guy and a bad guy, and there's a struggle, and you don't know how it's going to end. And most of the time it's the good guy ends, but it's not a guarantee. And most brands are afraid to go anywhere near that, because if who's the good guy? Is your brand the good guy? Is the consumer the good guy? And who's going to follow a story that you already know that your brand is going to win? So there is some examples that work, but I would argue in most cases, brand storytelling means that marketers do what they used to do and only call it storytelling now. So, being the disruptor, I want to introduce a different concept which I think marketers should think about. I want to challenge you to think about, instead of thinking about yourselves, instead of being storytellers, to be story instigators. So what's a story instigator? So a story instigator is somebody who will basically poke other people at the right time and place and get them to tell a story, right? And so again, keep in mind that I'm the social media guy, so obviously, you can use social media as the platform where those stories will play out. And as a brand marketer, the opportunity is you have control over when you instigate, when you poke other people to tell their story. So, you can do this when you feel pretty positive that, whoever you want to poke has a very positive brand experience, and then usually the story which they're going to tell is going to lead to, a positive brand recognition. So, I give you one example. Very simple one, and, this is one example that, has somebody seen this already when you go to Amsterdam? Some of you have, right? So in Amsterdam, in front of the large museum, they have an enormous sign that says "I'm Amsterdam," which is the brand message for the city. And when you go in summer, you can almost not see the sign because there's so many people in front of the sign, on top of the sign, around the sign, taking photos with that sign. So I'm not saying this is like the most glamorous and most sophisticated example for instigating a story, but it's a very simple one where you basically put something in front of people, and in today's world where we all take selfies and photos all the time, all it takes to put something like this up and people will start taking photos. And if you do this in a little bit more sophisticated way, you can even get them to tell more complex stories than just a photo. Another concept that I want to introduce to you comes from improvisational theater. So when I moved to San Francisco, I was trying to get better in English. Clearly it didn't work, but one of my thoughts was, instead of taking language classes, I would take improv theater classes, and it turned out to be at least more fun than a language class. And in improvisational theater, one of the concepts is that you make somebody else an offer. So here, I saw yesterday on TV, you also have the TV show Whose Line Is It Anyway? Has anybody seen that? You know that? Nobody knows that? You should watch it, it's great. So in improvisational theater, you make up everything as you go along. So if we were in an improv theater here, I could go to Nick and I could say, Nick, why did you bring a goat to this cruise ship, right? And in improv theater, you have to go with the offer that you get. You cannot say, and you couldn't say, we are not on a cruise ship, we are in a concert venue, because that's not how it goes, right? So whatever you get offered, you go with and you make something out of it. So, there is something in this concept of making somebody an offer, in the grander concept of story instigating. Make somebody an offer that they cannot refuse and that they will go with. So I give you another example. Has anybody seen this? Anybody know what it is? Right? I know what you're going to say now. You're going to say, like, this looks exactly like Martin's socks. That is correct. So this is the pattern of the carpet in Portland, Oregon, at the airport where I come from. And I did not understand what's so special about this carpet until like 2 years ago, when we had a discussion in the office and we were talking about what does home mean to different people in the office, because we are a team of 27, we come from, I think, 8 different countries, and so one colleague was saying, for me, I know I'm home when I see the carpet at the Portland airport, which is 25 years old, very, very ugly, but for her that was home. And she was not the only one who was thinking that, because somebody started this phenomenon, this thing you have to do, a meme, where when you are at the airport in Portland, what you do is you take a photo of your feet on the carpet and you post it on Instagram and you do a hashtag PDX carpet. And there's now over 16,000 photos with the carpet. There is an official Twitter account, or not an unofficial Twitter account. Nobody knows who is managing that account. It's at PDX carpet. You can buy now shirts with the carpet, socks with the carpet, beer coolers with the carpet, and so on. And so this is what it looks like. And it's a phenomenal example of, just creating something where people nobody in Portland can go to the airport without taking a photo of the carpet. We work with the Portland airport as a client, and when we said, this carpet, this is a big thing, and they're like, we don't understand it. There's like 15 million people who walk over this carpet, and dogs pee on it, and it's like we're replacing it. So the decision to replace it was already made, 3 years ago, because it's a big project. But there is now, on their email list, they had to add a category for, they have a category for noise. When there's military aircraft flying and it's loud, you can sign up for those alerts. There's one for when they get new shops at the airport, and the third category is what happens with the carpet? When can I buy a piece of carpet? There's also a petition that got 15,000 signatures to not replace the carpet. So the carpet is a very big deal. And there's nobody really doing it, it just happened. But I want to come back to the concept of branding, right? So how do you create a brand ambassador? When you think about branding in a very literal sense is when you have, a cow and you put a stamp on it to mark it as part of your herd. And the Portland carpet has created brand ambassadors like nobody else, because people are getting tattoos, off the airport carpet. So I just wanted to use this, as an example of when it comes to tourism marketing and you look at, storytelling and how do you get your message across. I want to encourage you to look further than what's the story that you can tell, but what are the things you can do, what are the offers you can make to others to basically instigate them at the right place and time, and to tell a story about your destination. So, how do you do that? What are some of the examples on how you can do this? And again, using the social perspective, I think one of the core elements that you have to think about, and again, I know every conference that we all go to, this is mentioned over and over again, but it is so important that we live in a mobile-first world. All the stuff is moving towards mobile. And I think many times we think about mobile as what we are doing when we are out and about, and that's no longer the case. I use my mobile phone at home as much as I do when I'm on the road. And so it cracks me up when I go to conferences and they have a breakout session for mobile. Where you go like, no, it's the other way around. Today everything should be mobile, and maybe you do a breakout session for your desktop. So I want to share some of the stuff that we see happening in terms of trends. And what it means, and the guiding principle is, we live in a basically, I don't want to say mobile-only world, but definitely a mobile-first world. So one of the questions that I was asked, is what's with Google Plus? And this slide might be a little bit misleading because it says Google Plus is dead, but you also see that there is a big iron ball around. I don't know anybody who is using Google Plus as a consumer on a mobile device. Nobody. That does not mean that Google Plus is not important from an SEO perspective. So having an account, establishing authorship, posting 2-3 times a week with a SEO focus can be a tremendous driver of traffic for your website, but it is not something that will help you from a social media perspective, right? The tools that we think are really the drivers in social are the tools that have been built, primarily around mobile. Twitter maybe not so much, but definitely Instagram and Snapchat are tools that basically only work on mobile, and then they rebuild them, you can at least consume some of the content on the desktop. But in the end, they were built as a mobile platform. And I don't want to talk about Instagram too much. I'm going to talk a little bit about Snapchat, because I think there's some things, very interesting things to learn in Snapchat. One slide I would say about Instagram is how you can, again, get creative in storytelling, because we already had a presentation about Instagram. But this is an example of what we did. We managed to travel Oregon, all the social channels, we do a lot with them on Instagram, and how you can create a broader story and get people in. So on Instagram, there's a feature where you can tag people or other Instagram users in a photo. So here's one example where we took a photo for a culinary campaign of Oregon food product, and then we tagged all the other brands, their Instagram accounts. And you can do the same thing with a photo of a cityscape where you say, and in this photo you can tag this hotel, this museum, this venue, and so on. There's a lot of stuff you can do on creating a more complex experience and leading people, down a little trail of breadcrumbs to get in touch with, with other accounts. The one I spend the remaining minutes on quickly talking about Snapchat. And when you look at the numbers, how big Snapchat is today, 100 million users, the valuation, of $10 billion. The rumor is that Yahoo, because they sold their stake in Alibaba and they're sitting on $8 billion of cash, they will buy something there, is a really, really big force that brands are currently not doing anything on. They started this Saturday with the first paid accounts, and I think that brands will get more involved. But one of the things that's really, really important before anybody here gets nervous or freaks out, I'm not saying all of you have to be in Snapchat, quite the opposite. Nobody here has to be on Snapchat. But there is some underlying forces why Snapchat is being so popular at the moment, and I think understanding those forces and applying them to your other channels, learning from Snapchat and applying that to Instagram or to your Twitter or to your YouTube is really, really important. And Snapchat is so pure as a tool that it's really, really great learning. So I quickly want to talk about that. So Snapchat, the basic premise, which we all know is not true, but the basic premise is you send somebody a photo or a video, and basically you can watch it for up to 10 seconds, and then it self-destructs and is deleted, unless, of course, there's tools where you can download it, and then they get leaked, and it's a big drama. So, we all know this privacy is an illusion, it does not really exist. That includes Snapchat. So it started out as this tool where teenagers are sending each other naked pictures. Today, the statistic is that less than 2% of all the photos on Snapchat are naked photos, but that's how it started out, and it has a bad reputation. How it works on Snapchat, how many of you are using Snapchat? Okay, so I think I can go over this pretty quickly, right? So take the photo, you have some scribble scrabble that you can do on it to make it not really more beautiful. It's the opposite at Instagram, Snapchat, you make your pictures ugly, and then you post it, you can add text, set a timer, and you decide who it goes to. And that's the other big difference, that Snapchat is a much more private network where you don't broadcast out to the world. What you're doing, you broadcast to a small audience. A new feature which they have is that you can build a story. Has anybody played around with that? No? Okay, so really interesting feature. They came out with it this summer. So normally what you do on Snapchat, you send a snap directly to another person. With this one, with Snapchat Stories, you post photos or videos, and they stay up for 24 hours. You can watch them over those 24 hours as many times as you want. And they're visible to anybody who follows your account. There's no privacy settings. As long as I follow your account, I can see whatever you publish as a story. And then after 24 hours, the first photos of that story start, being deleted. So here you see the story. basically have a snap after a snap after a snap, so he just made all his snaps videos and lined them up after each other. And what makes Snapchat so, I think, so powerful is that you cannot fake it, where, you know, that what you see is how it is. Where on Instagram you have filters and, you know, anybody can make a sunset look really, really beautiful. Snapchat is exactly the opposite. Theoretically, yes, you can upload, you know, footage that you have, but Snapchat also allows you to only do your videos if you really want to do it right. You do them in exactly this sort of wrong format, so all your landscape B-roll footage that you have is not going to work on Snapchat because you film it with holding your phone in the normal way. And I think that's, when you look at and you talk to people who are using Snapchat, one of the big elements what people like about it is that, you know, Instagram has become, you know, it almost looks too good, which doesn't mean that there's not a place for it, but people use it in a different way. So another feature that I think is going to be really, really important for destinations that they just launched is called Our Stories. So talk about how My Stories work, where you can have a snap that's up for 24 hours. So Our Stories is a curated element of Snapchat, and they are launching it, or they're using it at the moment at music festivals and sports events in the United States. So the way it works is, if you go to a big college football game in the United States, there is probably going to be thousands of people in the audience who are using Snapchat. And Snapchat puts a geofence you know, around the stadium and says, give me all the snaps that are taken within the stadium. And when you are a user, you get a message that says, do you want to publicly share your Snapchat content with everybody else? And if you say, yes, I want to do that, your content goes to the team at Snapchat, who in real time curates that content and creates, you know, basically a video that is all user-generated content from Snapchat about the event. So you can be at the event and see what are other people posting, or you can be outside the event and you see what are people posting from inside. So I think the logical next step is, from a DMO perspective, where you can say, you know, yes, at the moment you have the stadium as a geofence, but you could theoretically also do it around the city, around an amusement park, and so on. So I think this is a very interesting feature to see, you know, where it's going. So the reason why I wanted to talk about Snapchat, the key learnings from my perspective that apply as a trend, or as trends, to, you know, many other platforms. So my hope is that you can find some of this useful, even if you don't use Snapchat, which you really don't have to do, but some of those trends are really, really important. So one of them is, you know, think about mobile first, or think about mobile only, you know. From a social media perspective, what you do on your desktop is not that important. What you do in mobile is really, really important. The fear of missing out is a big driver in social. So, you know, people, you know, wanna document, you know, your vacation is only as good as the jealousy you create with the people who are not on vacation. You know, you have to play to that, and that comes back to instigating and getting people, you know, to share their content. Not perfect is the new perfect. So I think that's the counter movement we are seeing from, you know, all the stuff looking really, really good on Instagram. The next thing is to make it really not look good and still getting a ton of engagement. We work with the Anchorage Convention Business Bureau in Alaska. What was the Instagram photo that got the highest engagement on their page? I think it was on Facebook, sorry, post with the highest engagement, was a photo of a pile of bear poop that was in the street. Did not look good, but people said, like, well, if I go to Anchorage, I can see, you know, grizzly bears in the street. There's the proof for that. So got a ton of engagement, did not necessarily look good. And then privacy and semi-private networks, I think, is another trend that people get more selective about who they share with. And then the whole marketing concept around, you know, moments in time that, you know, something is hot and then it's no longer hot, and you know, everything is around moments that might change. And so, you know, Snapchat plays to that perfectly with the, you know, you have your attention for 10 seconds and then you move on. And I think for a lot of campaigns, that's where it's going. It might be longer than 10 seconds, but everything is moving these days a lot faster. And that was that, and this is a presentation about Snapchat. The deck and everything else will be deleted in
Thank you very much. Some really, what's the word, inspirational, interesting, creative, and after all, approaches to getting yourself really active on social media. I really love the video especially, so I think next time I take a plane, I'm just going to observe everything and comment later and post it. So, yeah, thanks very much for being here. We're going to be getting your favourite tweets later and giving out some prizes later. And on the subject of prizes, I'm in a lot of trouble on Twitter for not giving every speaker their cuddly toy from Durapapa. So rest assured, you will get it. Enjoy it, and hope we will see you during the social circle at the lunch, which we have in just a moment. Before we do that, I just want to tell you who we have coming up after the lunch break. We're really excited about the next set of keynote speakers. We have Chad Shiver from TripAdvisor. I know you all want to know the latest developments in TripAdvisor and how you can make the most of that. We also have Tina Tiggerson, one of the most renowned speakers on the subject of mobile, which you all need to be thinking about, and Stephen Shaw from Blipper, who is going to be showing us some completely off-the-wall technology to interact, to get your customers to interact with your brand. And on that subject, if I can just cue this, I'll just put this here. Here's a little demo, if you haven't already done so, of how to blip the program. So I've got my iPad, and I've got my Blipper app. I have to admit, I'm not a pro at this. There you go. And so you have image recognition technology at hand. We're going to hear more about this later on, and you can watch and go live directly to content. So the future is here, and I hope you'll all have a chance to play around with that. And that leads me to say, I hope you've had a great morning, have a really good lunch, go into those different social circles and meet our experts, also network with each other, and we'll see you in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So thanks very much. You got to network and mingle a bit with each other. Hopefully you all met somebody that you didn't know before coming here, and hopefully you all got a chance to meet one of the expert speakers and ask them a bit about how they're approaching digital. So I hope you've had a really good morning so far today. The afternoon should continue in the same. Before we go to our next speaker, I just want to say a big word of thanks to DTTT for these lovely little cuddly toys. It's certainly keeping our speakers happy. And I know you all have some things to take home with you as well. And I think most of you will also be joining us at DTTT tonight for the dinner. So this is going to be really exciting. I know it's Norway's biggest attraction here, so this is certainly something that I'm looking forward to. Our next speaker, who we're very proud to have here today, is Chad Schreiber. Chad Schreiber heads up DMO sales for Europe and Africa for TripAdvisor. And he's going to be talking about what TripAdvisor is doing in the digital sphere and where you see things going in the future. So welcome, Chad.
Fantastic. So I'm the lucky one who gets to come on after lunch. I've heard the seat's very comfortable, so hopefully you had some coffee. Like I was introduced, I head up DMO sales for parts of Europe and Africa. I don't cover Scandinavia. Most of you probably know my colleague Tim Schofield, who unfortunately couldn't be here. His wife is about to have their first child, and she's put on a bit of a travel ban. So here I am. I normally cover Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Mediterranean, and Turkey and Greece. So coming here and speaking at a conference where people start on time is a big shock. I'm not used to this. I'm usually speaking about 2 to 3 hours behind schedule. So this is really good. Thank you all. So today I'm going to bore you with some stats to start with. I'm going to talk about TripAdvisor as a site, where we are now, how our users are interacting with Norwegian content on TripAdvisor, and then tell you a bit about how Norway is performing. We've delved into our user data pretty intensely over the last year. I've got some new fresh stats for you there. Then I'll go on and get into the meaty stuff that you guys are all here to find out how you can actually make the most of TripAdvisor. I'm not going to talk about any of our commercial opportunities. I'm happy to talk to you about that later on. I mean, we are a business. We definitely would like to take your money. But what I'm really focusing on today is free tools, ways that you can make the most for your destination, for your hotel, for your attraction, or for your restaurant. So without any further ado, the counter is ticking down. I'll move on. So TripAdvisor today. We are now operating in 44 countries in 26 languages. I'm very happy to say that Norway is one of those. This figure is expanding constantly. I'm having to update this slide every couple of days, it feels like. And this is where our audience is. So when we started out in 2001, we were very much focused on the North American market. We're an American company, we were based in Boston, but as time has gone on and we're moving into those different markets with localized sites, our audience is shifting very heavily. So today, about half of our users are based within Europe, which is great for you guys as a European destination. You're looking at your top markets and they're sitting on TripAdvisor every day, researching your hotels, researching your attractions. We're also growing very heavily in Latin America and APAC. Asia Pacific has just been booming for us. The Chinese are traveling like never before, and they're coming to TripAdvisor to research that. And these are big headline stats. So at the moment we have about just over 250 million unique users coming to TripAdvisor every month, which is absolutely huge. We're very proud of that figure. We have 134,000 destinations on the site, be they countries, regions, or cities. And we have 4 million businesses listed. So if you ever have a bit of a lag time when you contact our customer support team, that's because 3.9999 million other businesses are trying to do exactly the same thing at the same time. Our users are very passionate. So our TripAdvisor users, they come to us over and over and over again in droves, and they contribute. We're a content-based site, a user-generated content site. And we have 90 user contributions every minute in the form of reviews, opinions, forum posts, photos, videos, everything like that. At the moment, we have 170 million reviews and opinions live on the site, 17 million photos, and that number's a bit old, but we've got more than 70 million downloads of our apps. So these apps are either our tablets app, our smartphone app, or our city guide. The great thing about our city guide is that our users can, before they leave home and they start having to pay for data roaming, they download a city guide. They get the best of TripAdvisor content for that city on their phone without roaming, and they love that. And that functionality is something we're integrating into our main app. So whenever somebody's traveling, they don't have to look for the city guide, they just download the content before they travel, which is huge for us. We're very happy. So that's who our users are, all 280 million of them every month. They come back to us over and over. How do they use us? Lots of people think that people are just coming to read reviews, write reviews, and that's about it. That's not necessarily the case. It's not the case at all. So we used to think that the user engagement cycle and the travel cycle in general was a simple 4-stage process. We recently hired our global research director, and we asked him to look into that a bit more in depth. So he looked and he found out that it's a lot more complicated, actually. Let me just click through here so we can get all of them. So people come to us at first for awareness. So they don't even know when they're going on holiday, they don't know where they're going, they're just coming for inspiration and ideas. They want to see where their friends have been, they want to see where it's popular, they want to see what's winning Traveler's Choice Awards and certificates of excellence, just to get some fresh ideas. So we've integrated with people's Facebook accounts so they can see on a little pin map where their friends are reviewing and enjoying. It's all about inspiring, especially for destinations. It's getting that inspiration across before people are deciding where to go. People then come back to us at the stage we call consideration. And for long-haul travel, it's usually about 16 weeks out. This is where they're considering maybe 5 destinations, and they aren't even looking at hotels yet. They're just looking at the overall picture. What can I do there? What kind of content is on TripAdvisor? Is there enough to keep me and my family busy for 2 weeks? That kind of thing. They then come back a month later, about 3 months out, and they've whittled that destination decision process down to about 3. And that's where they start looking at hotels. Because I'm sure you've come across the same thing in your own travel research. Hotels play a big part in the decision. You know, if you're looking at 2 places, you can't decide which. One place has an amazing hotel, and the other is just a bit average. You're going to go to the place that has the great hotel with a fantastic pool with lots of experiences. About a month out, people have chosen their destination, so they know that they're going to Norway. And that's where they start really looking at where they're going to book for hotels. And that's where the competitive window for DMOs really finishes. So we've worked really hard figuring out how to get the DMO message in that first half of the cycle. It's something we've pinpointed pretty well. Then about a week out, they've booked where they're going, they've booked their flights, they've booked their hotels, they've booked some of their activities, and maybe even restaurants, and they take us with them on the trip. So they've got their app, they've got their laptop, their iPad, their phone, they're reviewing on site, they're taking pictures, they're sharing. This is where you guys need to make sure you have free Wi-Fi. At every one of these events, people are saying free Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. These guys, with our app, they're doing your marketing for you. So it may be an additional cost, but it's well worth it. They're sharing, they're reviewing, their social circles are seeing what they're doing, what they're loving. People are bragging. And then they come back from their trip and they advocate. They come back to TripAdvisor, write reviews, post photos and all that. That then inspires the next traveler. So we decided to look how people are using, how it influences their purchasing. So we worked with ComScore, who looked at some of the key travel markets around the world, and we had them look at the total travel intenders. So these are people researching travel. They're not necessarily the next stage, which is travel transactors. These are people who are actually booking travel online. These are the guys that you really want to get in front of because they're the ones with the credit cards that are making the decisions and booking your business. And then we had them look at which of these travel purchasers include one visit to TripAdvisor within that travel research process. And they found out that it's a pretty huge number. For example, if we look at the UK market, 55% of travel transactors in the time frame that we looked at had at least one visit to TripAdvisor in that travel research process, which is fantastic. So you can be really confident that when you're on TripAdvisor, you're getting your business or your destination's message out, you're getting in front of people who are making the decisions and booking. So, lots of people are afraid of reviews. There's a misconception that people are coming to share exclusively negative experiences, and it's just not the case. People, it's in their human nature, they want to brag. Nobody wants to come back from a holiday and say, I made really poor decisions, don't do what I did. You know? Nobody wants to be an idiot. So people, you can see here, they're overwhelmingly sharing positive experiences. What we consider a positive review is 3 to 5 bubbles. And if we consider that, that's, 88% of the reviews on site. So yeah, 6% are sharing 2 bubble reviews, 6% are sharing 1 bubble reviews. And people do have negative experiences on their trip. but overwhelmingly they're coming back to share positive experiences, which is again doing your marketing for you, and the people coming on and researching after the reviews are inspired. This is some pretty good information for the DMOs in the room. We researched how people are deciding where to go. 76% of our users come to TripAdvisor to research multiple destinations. 75% of them may have a general region in mind, so they're thinking I want to go to Scandinavia. Their kids watch Frozen and they want to do that whole thing. But then they recall booking a different destination based on the content that they see on TripAdvisor. So that's either the campaigns that we run with the tourist boards, that's the free posted content from other users and from you about your business, and it actually can sway their decision-making process if we hit them at the right time. So that's most of the stats about us and our users out of the way. Now I'd like to specifically talk about Norway. Sorry guys, the timer disappeared from up here. Is it possible to get that back up? Cool, thanks. So Norway. On TripAdvisor, you've got a lot of content. For a country of Norway's size, this is really healthy. And as you can see here, the really important stat is the forum posts. So this is how active our users are coming into TripAdvisor and discussing your destination. So having 15,000 active conversations on site is really, really great. And you as businesses can get involved with this as well. So you can see what people are asking about the country, about your destination, about businesses, what to do. And you can actually answer that question because you guys are on the ground, you're the local tourism industry, you have that knowledge. Why not go and share? It costs you nothing. You can upsell your destination, get people on the ground. So we looked at the top 20 markets viewing Norway. You can see the little pie chart up there. About 36% of page views of Norwegian content over the last year have come from within Norway. That can either be Norwegians researching domestic travel, or it can be our users when they're in market using our app and deciding where to go for dinner or what to do tomorrow. But the top markets, if we exclude Norwegian views, are the UK and the US top two, both coming in at about 17%. Then we have Italy, Germany, China, France, Spain. You can all read for yourself. The US, China, and Australia are the largest non-European markets, and in total about 30% of your page views, which is it's not to be ignored. You may think that short hauls, your bread and butter, but there's interest outside of Europe in visiting Norway. So that's who your market is now. What's really interesting is seeing who your future market is. So we decided to look at what the biggest percentual changes over the last 12 months are in terms of page views. Pretty unsurprisingly, the market that's grown the most is China. We see this across the board for almost every destination. The Chinese are getting a huge appetite for travel, they're making more money, visa restrictions are being relaxed, it's just so much easier for them to travel. So they're viewing everywhere. Really interesting on this is page views in the US are up really strongly as well over the last 12 months. I don't know if this is the effect of Frozen. I'm guessing it has something to do with it. All of my nieces and nephews are absolutely obsessed with it. They were very excited when they found out it was coming to Norway. But what's really interesting about this chart as well is that kind of the bread and butter markets for travel, your neighbors. So Denmark, Sweden, and then domestic travel, they've dropped pretty significantly over the last 12 months. I'm not sure what's caused this, whether or not your DMOs need to be a bit more active in regional promotion, but that's a pretty interesting statistic. Now if the clicker will work, there we go. And we decided to also look at the other destinations that people are viewing. So when our users come and they view Norwegian content on the site, where else are they looking in that same session? This is where you really see who your competitors are. What's interesting about this is, on the international city level, they are, what you obviously think are your natural competitors. So you're looking at Stockholm, Copenhagen, London, Paris, Helsinki, Reykjavik. That all makes sense. But when you look at the countries that people are also viewing after they view Norwegian content, you're looking at the US, you're looking at Italy, you're looking at China, Australia. So you're not just competing with your neighbors and the people that you think may be the competition for travelers getting on the ground in Norway. You really are competing on a global level. This is pretty interesting. Our users are really shifting in the way that they're accessing content on TripAdvisor. Historically, we've of course been really heavy on traffic coming from desktop. And this is moving very heavily, especially in markets like China, Sweden, Japan. People are accessing TripAdvisor on their phones, on their tablets, sometimes both at once, if they're ambidextrous. The Norwegian stat on here is a bit misleading. just because a lot of that will be travelers coming to Norway and using their smartphone while they're in destination. So that one I would maybe take with a pinch of salt. But the other ones, people are accessing TripAdvisor on their mobile in ever-increasing ways. Watching TV, they're researching where to stay, they're multitasking. I'm sure you're all doing the same thing. This is really interesting, and this is a new stat as well. So Charlie, our research director, he decided to look at how people are converting. When they come and they research a destination, how many of those, starting out looking at an accommodation, so for accommodation in Norway, for example, how many then go ahead and actually book travel products within that destination? So if we look at Norway, 64.9% of people who came onto TripAdvisor initially researching a hotel in Norway actually ended up booking a travel product in Norway. And that's a fantastic figure. If you consider the sheer volume of people who are coming and researching Norway on TripAdvisor from around the world, to have 64.9% of them actually coming and booking travels to Norway is fantastic. Something you guys should definitely be very proud of as a local industry. So that's stats done, you can wake up. Now I'd like to talk first about the self-service free tools that we offer to tourist boards. So like I said, we've got lots of commercial opportunities and everything, but these are things that you can do now for free, and the only thing that's going to cost you is a bit of time. So the first thing to do, and this is essential, it's really easy, is you go onto your destinations page and you register as the DMO for that destination. So that gives you access to this handy little DMO management site. And from here on the quick links in the top right, you can add photos of your destination, you can add videos, you can share information with traveler articles, and you can kind of tweak some of the details about your destination. Then you can utilize our free widgets, so you can bring TripAdvisor content onto your website. So people may come to your DMO website, but mixing user-generated content in with that really gives a cohesive package. So they get the trusted content from you, but then they also get that user-generated reinforcement that yes, they are going to have a fantastic experience within your destination. So you can bring in the best of our reviews, you can bring in interactive maps that show top-rated restaurants, attractions, and hotels, and then you can integrate our content into your social media platforms. Another thing that you can do that's really easy is adding traveler articles. So this lets you, as the trusted authority and information on your destination, add, 3 days in Tromsø, or what to do on a night out in Oslo. All we ask is that this information is unique. We don't want it cut and pasted from Wikipedia or from your own website. That damages our SEO, and it's not good for anybody. A lot of our users actually come to these via search results. So this is fantastic information for you to get out there. And again, it costs nothing. Kind of as just a crib sheet for what we can do free of charge. We can do bulk inventory upload. So if you notice as a destination that lots of your product is not on TripAdvisor, you have hotels that aren't on there, attractions that aren't on there, get in touch with, well for you guys it's Tim, get in touch with him and say, we'd really like to get our wealth of content on TripAdvisor. There's an easy way we can do that with you, just via a simple Excel sheet. And we can then push all of that live so that our users can research it and then review it as well. We're very happy to work with you in the form of newsletters or local events. We want to help you spread the news about TripAdvisor and best practice to your local industry as a DMO. So whether that's in the form of newsletters or any kind of workshops that you're putting on, get in touch with Tim, see what we can do. And then, as I said before, register as the official resource for your destination. It takes 2 minutes. It's really simple. So for you businesses in the room, hotels, accommodations, restaurants, I'm going to be talking tomorrow for about an hour, so I can bore you for twice the amount of time. So I'm not going to go too in-depth on this. It'd be great if you showed up tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and listen to me. But some of the highlights are things that we can do for you. Again, it's the base level thing is going on and taking ownership of your listing. Again, this is very simple. If you're not listed, you can list yourself. If you are already listed and you don't know how, that's because a user has gone on to review you and you weren't there already and they've uploaded your information. If that has happened, we make it very simple for you to then take ownership of that listing and then you can utilize all the tools attached. So if you go to TripAdvisor.com owners, that takes you to our management center where you access all of our tools and our metrics. You can manage your listings, very similar to what we have for the DMOs, a bit more in depth. There's two versions of this. We have the free business listings and we have the paid for business listings. So no matter whether you're paying or not, you can be listed on TripAdvisor. It's just a paid listing, gets a bit more in terms of analytics and content that's on the page. We've got a fantastic new tool that was launched last year called Review Express. If you haven't used this, you definitely should. What this is you take the contact details from your recent guests who stayed with you, you send them to us in the form of an Excel sheet, and we send out an email from TripAdvisor on your behalf, asking them to come back and review you. So this is great. Not many people will come to a hotel and then 2 weeks later get an email from that hotel and open it. I know they've already been. They're not coming back to you for quite a while. They don't really have time. They just hit delete. This comes from TripAdvisor. If they're a passionate TripAdvisor user, they're going to open this, and we make it as simple as possible. We say, we recently see that you've stayed at this hotel. Why don't you review it? And we make it so they can review within email. They don't even have to navigate off onto TripAdvisor. They can type directly in the email. They assign a review score and then push upload, and it's done. It's really simple. Again, it's free of charge. You can find out all the information about it within the Management Center. So if you go into the Tools section, there's a Review Express button that explains everything. This is really basic, but really important. Write management responses. Everyone's worried about getting a bad review, but we give you the opportunity to go on and tell your side of the story. Whether it's a negative review or a positive review, definitely go on and take advantage of that opportunity. And it's not just about going on and saying, thank you very much for staying, we hope to welcome you back next time you're in Kristiansand. It's boring, and it looks bad to future travelers researching that. Try and make it a bit tailored to that user's review. So this is a fantastic example here. This person was in Bangkok, and they wrote a review that said, had a great stay. We always stay in this hotel when we're in Bangkok. And the key reason behind that is I really like street food. Just a few blocks down, there's a fantastic street full of street stalls where I can just go and eat all day. And the hotel manager said, the typical stuff, thanks a lot for staying. We're really glad you enjoyed staying with us. We always love having you back. But then actually upsold the destination. They said, that place where you've been eating is great, but someplace a couple blocks away is even better. Try that next time. So it's not just about talking about your hotel, but talk about the entire region. Talk about your city. Upsell. It's a fantastic opportunity. We decided to do a bit of research into exactly how important writing these reviews are, and it's overwhelming. 77% of our users say that seeing a hotel management response to a review makes them believe that it cares more about its guests. That's pretty obvious. But even more important, 87% said that seeing a response to a negative review, it kind of counteracts the effects of that negative review. It makes it look like you care. Really key in the phrasing of that is appropriate management response. So what we recommend, or what I recommend, is after you see a review that you're not happy with, go have a glass of wine, take a nap, kick your cat, do whatever you need to get that aggression out. Don't type straight away. There's nothing worse as a TripAdvisor user than seeing a really aggressive hotel management response. Nobody wants to go and stay with a hotel that's managed by an asshole. It's, unless you've got some weird fetish of being abused, that's not what people want in a holiday. So take a deep breath, maybe sleep on it, and then go back, acknowledge the criticism, maybe tell your side of the story if it's not something you agree with, but be calm. It's easy. How's Norway doing with this? 38% of accommodation owners in Norway have registered with the Management Center. So they have actually taken control of their listing. It's not a huge number. If we look at hotels that have been rated overwhelmingly positive, so 3.5 bubbles upwards, this increases to 52%. 36% of Norwegian properties have been reviewed in the last 30 days. Pretty good figure. Out of those 36% who have been reviewed, only 17% have posted management responses. So those survey results that I just showed, showing how important it is to respond, only 17% of you guys are actually taking advantage of that. It's not a great figure. It's a lot lower than some of the other destinations I see. But it's not all bad news. I looked at these figures for last year when this event happened, and they've all gone up pretty significantly, so good job for that. Hopefully next October we see a bit higher than 17%. I know that would make me happy. It would make our users happy. So definitely please go ahead and do that. Just lastly, I'd like to go over a small product that we launched in 2013. So we as TripAdvisor, we've always sat on a lot of user data, we've sat on a lot of industry research and best practice guides and partner information. But that's all been floating around the internet, kind of difficult to access. So we developed what we call TripAdvisor Insights. If you go to the website listed at the top there, that's a hub for all of our industry information. If you have just a spare hour every couple of weeks, go here. It's really cool. We've got a lot of easy to digest information, best practice guides, guides on how to utilize the TripAdvisor to the best of your abilities. Not only just for you as the owners and management and the heads of DMOs, but get your staff to look at this. It keeps them up to date on what's happening in the travel industry. So I'd like to show just a quick video. It's an example of the kind of information that we have that's on there and easily digestible. If we can get sound. Maybe. Anyway, it's 3 minutes describing how to list a property and make the most of a listing on TripAdvisor. We make it as simple as possible in plain language, so you don't need to be a web expert. There we go.
Number 2, share as much information about your property as you can. Travelers want to know about your amenities and what sets you apart from competitors. Number 3, upload photos. Travelers love them. Our data shows that listings with 20 or more photos hold travelers' attention much longer. Number 4, upload videos of your hotel to help bring your accommodation to life. Number 5, encourage guests to review your property on TripAdvisor. Travelers want to see fresh content, and recent reviews count more in your popularity ranking. Number 6, monitor your reviews for invaluable traveler feedback. Find out what people love about your property. Find out what they don't. You can even sign up to receive an email every time a new review is posted. Number 7, management responses. Respond to reviews to show travelers that you care about customer service and feedback. Number 8, evaluate your recent performance against your competitors so you know where you stand. TripAdvisor puts you in front of millions of potential guests who are planning their next trip. Take advantage of our free resources and start attracting more guests today.
So that's pretty basic, guys. We've got a lot more in-depth stuff that runs you through things step by step. But it's a wealth of information. Definitely go there. And that is it for me. If you're a travel business, if you're a hotel, an accommodation, whatever, please do come tomorrow at 10, and I'll be happy to answer questions. We'll do some live demonstrations at the management center and things like that. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really practical advice there, and of course you will get a chance to really go into depth during the workshops tomorrow. Also, later on we have question time, so we'll be inviting back our expert speakers and putting them in front of you guys to ask your questions. So I hope you're all jotting down the questions that you really want to ask these guys. And also to say that tomorrow we will have some TripAdvisor's tasks on the walkshops if you're joining that. So lots to think about. Thanks very much, Jen. Now, you saw those really incredible statistics about how their traffic has gone into mobile in such a big way. So we thought, looking at all of the leading speakers on the topic of mobile, that there is only one person who can guide and talk to you about this topic when it comes to travel. And we brought back Tina Tiggerson, who is one of the most renowned speakers and most respected entrepreneurs in the travel and tech industry. So I'm very pleased to have her here talking about what have we learned since last year. So very welcome on stage. Thank you.
That used to start from the beginning. That's not the first slide. So I was here last year and had a very great time. And then Heidi and Nick and the great organizers came up with this very mean challenge that now this year I had to come back and then say whether all of the things that I had predicted for last year were actually true and whether they had actually happened. So are you ready for that? I guess it's good, right? We need to be held a little bit accountable. People like me who go on stage and talk about crazy stuff that people like you have to execute out in the real world. So it's fair enough. So today I'm going to go through the next 30 minutes to just double check and go through all of those. So I am from Denmark originally, but I promise I'll talk in English. I realize that Norwegians think it sounds like we speak with a potato in our mouth when we talk Danish. Is that true? That's fair enough. I promise I'll speak English. It'll be much easier to understand. We have a lot to cover. My name is Tina. I come from a company called Advocacy. We do mobile apps, both user-generated stuff and also for DMOs. Enough about me. So, starting with some of the hard figures. Last year we talked about that a lot of the global web traffic came from mobile, and has that increased? It definitely has happened, and it's also gone up. So now we have 25% of global traffic comes from mobile, so that's a lot. I know that on some of the travel sites it's higher than this, it's much higher. It's around 30 to 50%, even 50% on some of the bloggers that we're working with. Worth doing it. Last year we were talking about this big discussion about what is awareness versus what is loyalty, and which mediums do we use when we're trying to achieve those two things. I'll still argue that it's two very different things, whereas awareness is mostly something that lies well with mobile web, and loyalty is something that lies very well within mobile apps. What we can see is 2014 and going forward, we've seen a lot of progress on the loyalty part. So I would say now that every self-respecting airline or big brand has some sort of loyalty app, right? Some sort of app where you can go in, see how many points you've got, check in early, check in via your phone. It's becoming a very big tool. One of the advantages we have in the travel industry is that the airlines spend a lot of money in figuring out what's going to work there. So sometimes it's nice to see what they've put millions in and what works, and then take the best part. And one of the best parts that they've figured out for us is definitely that these loyalty apps work. Hilton, I think, leads the race right now. It is a race. And they've just rolled out this new feature in their Hilton Honors app, which is that now you can not only check in from your mobile, you can also choose which hotel room in the property you're going to get. And that obviously depends, because we're not all the same, right? If you're here on business, if you're tired, maybe you want a quiet room. If you're super busy, maybe you want a room on the floor where the router is. If you're there on holiday, maybe something that has a nicer view is more important. So this is the new stuff that we're starting to see now. They say that by the end of this year, they're going to have it out in 4,000 properties. I'm not sure if I'm going to put my name to predicting that. But the app is definitely out, and they're starting. I think we're going to see a lot more of this. If we look again on which of these platforms we're working on and what's happening on that, then something very surprising has happened in the last year. And that's these numbers have come out. I think that when I stood here last year, even though I come from the app space, I was probably thinking that, there's a lot of stuff happening on web, and are people moving to mobile web? At that time we had this big discussion about, should we be building native apps at all, or should it just be web apps that look like something that's native to the mobile? But then we got these new numbers out in March from Flurry, which is the analytics software that lies behind most of the apps in the world. And they can go in and measure live, of course, what is it that people are using. And the new stats came out and said that actually perhaps people just see the mobile browser as another app. Maybe the mobile browser is just something you press every now and then when none of your specific apps suit the purpose. At least we can see that 86% of the time that people spend on their mobile device, they're spending on apps. Was that bigger than you expected too? A lot, right? It was surprising for me. I just found a new travel stat as well. That is that the average traveler now has 3 apps on their phone, uses 2, and for the frequent traveler we can do 1 up to both of those. So they have 4 apps. So it is also something that is being relevant in travel. Then we looked at this whole big battle between Android and iPhone, right? This is the big, where should you put all your money and which experience needs to be the best? Last year we could see that Android was going a bit forward in the US, and now it looks like this. So when we're looking at the US market, Android has actually gone a little bit down, but look at these big scary numbers down here on the bottom, right? On the global market, Android, which is not my favorite platform, I have to admit, is up at 80%. And why is that? It's because it's cheaper, right? So that number there
is because of India, it's because of Asia, it's because of Africa, it's because you can get an Android phone for $100, and we all know what an iPhone costs, right? How many people have an iPhone in their pocket here? By far the most, right? In the rest of Scandinavia it's the same, and then as we go further and further south in Europe, it slowly becomes more and more Android as the people get poorer and poorer. But as you can see, the Americans are with us, and in the States, they don't have quite as high iPhone penetration as we do, but it's going up. And this is an important thing to know, because these are some of the stats that's being fed all the time, right? We see in the normal media, like, oh, Android is doing this, and iPhone is going down, and if you have to sit and decide where you should spend your money, you need to know that that is correct, but it's in Africa. And I don't know how many of your core travelers are from Africa. If they are, this is something you should take in mind. If that's not as big a travel group, I mean, I'm not sure they'll come to Norway to see tigers, right? Then fair enough, we stick to the iOS platform. So, then we also looked at who was spending money on apps, and I was saying that the iPhone users, even though there's not as many of them, are worth it because they spend more money. And that has become even more relevant. So now we can see that if you have an iPhone, you spend more time on your phone than on your Android. And by the way, we've seen this is the total time. 2 hours and 42 minutes a day we spend on our phone. And, you know, the ticker isn't on. That means I will talk forever. This is my favorite topic, right? You'll never get home. So I hope for your sake they can fix that. People use more data and they spend more money. And maybe this is not so important in the way we're presenting travel today. But what is the shift that we're in? The shift is that we are going to want to sell more and more to people on their phones, right? Because we can see that when we offer solutions where you pay now and then you can skip the queue, for example, we know that that is popular. So there's more and more stuff going to be transacted on the mobile device. And that means that it matters whether people are willing to spend them. There's been a lot of discussion about what comes first. Is it because it's easier on iPhone, or is it just perhaps because it's a different kind of personality type that buys the iPhone? And I think that that is the case. And at least with we've launched about 70 apps in my company, and we can see that. We can see that sometimes we can get things to work for iOS users, but not for Android, but never the other way around. We don't have anything that we can get Android users to do or to try that we can't get iOS users to do. And I think it's just because it's people who's a little bit more interested in technology and maybe a little bit more interested in trying the new things. So it's a good test platform to do it on iOS first. Here come some of the bad ones. At least this one here in the middle. I may have predicted that by the time we stood here this year, the bridge between offline and online would have been fixed. Boo, it has not been fixed. I'm sorry. Yes, there are QR codes and stuff, but it's still a problem that we have papers I sit and read an article on the Scanorama paper or magazine and the file. It's still super hard for me to get that information into my phone, right? We just have an offline problem, and yes, people are working on it, but I will admit, one beer on me tonight, but 2 beers on you, yeah? So I'm gonna have a great night. Because that hasn't been fixed. Mobile service, check in and out, yes, definitely. Order faster from tables, rooms in advance, something is happening there. Mobile payments, absolutely yes. This is one of the biggest things that's happening right now, is Apple Pay. So you know that you all got a software update on your phones, right, which rolls out the new iOS. And one of the biggest things that's coming in this is that they're going to come out with a new payment system that's called Apple Pay. And we've heard a lot about this, right? It's like, yeah, NFC, whatever, like, boring technology talk. Is anyone really going to use that? I think what's happening now is that Apple have managed to come out with something so easy that by the time we stand there next year, if I have that many right, that Heidi will invite me back, of course, that is still to be undecided. We'll see by the end of tonight. What's going to happen now is that Apple has made it so easy that we're going to start transaction on a mobile. So they've come out with this new technology. I don't know if you can see it, but see that the black thing in the back is a scanner. and the thing in front is his phone. And what he's doing is he's putting his finger on a fingerprint scanner, and that's the authentication. So he's holding it up. It is an NFC, not the technology matters. And then he says, I would like to buy that. He puts his fingerprint on, and that's how it sends it. There's a couple of reasons why this is going to work. First of all, it's not expensive, because Apple doesn't need to make any money on this. Apple makes so much money that they don't have to make any money on this tool. The other one said there's some super strong partners, and we can see down here at the bottom. This is not some really test case. These are the major ones. The other one is that it's private and it's secure, so it's encrypted. So if you're buying something from someone, they're not going to know your credit card details. And that's a big problem today, right? We still have a massive part of the population who won't buy stuff online because we are not totally sure that we can trust that vendor. Has anyone of you ever had that? Yeah, you go to some site, right? It's like maybe like sliding Chinese looking. There's like flashes and teddy bears coming down, or like random stuff. And you're like, you know. I mean, it's like incorporated in Russia. I think things are not going so well with data security over there at the moment. Putin, of course, is fixing that. He's making his own internet. Great idea. But for the rest of us, as long as we are buying in the connected world, I think this is going to be a massive, massive difference. And I think by next year we'll all be paying a lot easier. Of course, that's a great thing for you guys who are selling something, because what happens when it gets easier? They buy more, right? We all buy more. It's like, we're not going to take a credit card out of the pocket to just go get that little bag of chips. But, but if I already have a bill or it's already on there, yeah, maybe then I'll have two. Or maybe the Coke, and maybe that's brilliant. It's brilliant for all of us who already have the customer in the door, but can perhaps sell a little bit more to them. Okay, then we have another stats here. Smarter notification. I was hoping that by the time we got to this stage, you would also, your apps, be able to tell people, for example during a festival, that right now this is happening, right? Jamie Oliver's on stage 2, fantastic, go down there. The truth is these systems are out there, but they're not widely used yet, right? It takes quite a big operating system to do it, so I'll admit that one hasn't happened as much as I had hoped. Offline and the artificial libraries being built, definitely not 2017 maybe, but cross-device capability. So that means when you do something on one device, you'll be able to use it on something else, definitely. Google Glass, I think, and this is the most interesting. So as usual, here in the Nordics, we are first. This happens a lot actually when you look at travel technology. So if you go back tonight and feel like, oh, there's so much stuff we should be doing and there's so much stuff I haven't covered yet, don't feel bad, right? You guys are on the forefront of this. This is like the leading region in the world for a lot of this technology. So you guys are doing really well already. And here's another case where we went first. Copenhagen Airport was the first airport in the world to test Google Glass for customer service. So that means that when that lady stands there and then she has a massive influx of people coming from different flights and who are all like in a fluster and need to know like where's the flight to Delhi and how do I get to and where's the taxi stand, and you're not the calmest when you're at the airport, especially coming with a little bit of a delay. So they've gone in and said like she can have all that information and then it just shows on the screen, right? So she can just pull it up and then say, okay, that flight from Delhi, where's that coming in? And then she can see that and talk to the person. And the beautiful thing is that she can still look those people in the eye. She's not looking down onto a screen. She's not like looking away into a computer. She's not reading off from lists. She's looking at those people. And yes, there's like an artificial bit of glass there. But what is the alternative, right? The alternative would be that she was sat behind the computer with a total difference or distance to the consumer. So this is a good example of how some of these things are going to start to help us. I do realize that when they come out, they don't feel like help. A lot of them just feels like another bloody thing that I have to be aware of. Like, oh, and how does this work again, right? I'm sure there's a few people who may have sat out here who've had some sort of new IT system implemented that's made your life worse. Has that happened? Yes. Who would probably consider that technology makes their work harder on a daily basis than if it wasn't there? Quite a few. I'm sorry for that. I come from a terrible industry. We are trying to fix it, right? Look at that. So there is stuff coming, and I I love this because I think it's all about the service. Even though I'm standing up here talking about technology, it's not about technology, right? I mean, your customers don't give anything about technology, and neither do you. It's about making the service better, and it's about accepting that we're always going to be 2 people short of what we need in every department, and how can we get that done without working ourselves to death. That's what it should be about. We have a few more here that went well. We have more open data. Even the EU are starting to open up for data that people can hack into, right? And that's when we start being able to find out easily other books in from the library. Is the planning approval given for this area? All this kind of data is going to come available, and that is starting to happen. Curation and validation by the public use-generated content. I think the TripAdvisor made a bit of a point about that. Fair, local context gets better. Personalization. I don't think we're very far with personalization yet. I think we talk a lot about it. But I don't think that we do a lot about it yet. And I think it's because we don't really have the technology yet to do all of this. Because we know that people are different, but it's really hard, right? It's really hard because me, for example, it could be any of you, are so many people. If you're with your girlfriends, then I'm looking for bulk deals on Riesling, perhaps, right? Or if I'm with my boyfriend, I'm looking for a nice hotel room. Or if I've got my brother's 2 screaming kids in the back of the car, then I'm looking for peace and quiet anywhere close. So it depends. We're not a person and we're not a demographic, and that's why it's been so hard. And there's like billions being put into figuring this out, but we don't really know it yet. We don't really know what kind of person, what hat are you wearing today? Context into context, that one that definitely has a lot happened with. The first one is location, of course. You stand here and you go, okay, where is there a nice place to eat? How many of you guys use location, either Google Maps or location-based service to find stuff? Everyone, right? Everyone. And imagine when you're a tourist, you have no idea what to see and what to find, right? People just turn up at the airport. I had the pleasure of spending 4 hours in a Romanian taxi because I just got out of the airport and said, yeah, I'll take it. This is the address of my hotel. Can you take me there? The guy's still smiling, right? I probably had the cost of his annual salary, that taxi ride, because I hadn't bothered checking in advance how far is it to the airport. A lot of people travel like that today. So location is the first one. The stuff we're starting to play with now on the next one, like the time of day. So at noon, what do you want? Food, right? What do you guys want now? Coffee, I can tell. And then I was doing this talk in London a few weeks ago together with tellers at their great event over there. And I was talking about how what people are looking for is not the best restaurant. They're looking for the best restaurant close to them, you know? I'm standing here, it's raining. What is within 10 minutes walk of where I stand? I mean, Paris is a massive place. You may not want to travel to the other end to find the best restaurant. And then you find it there, and then you want to make sure that it's a proper nice restaurant. And then some guy put his hand up and he said, what about the kebab shop? Why does it always have to be a good restaurant that we're talking about? Why can't it be a crappy, dirty kebab shop? And it occurred to me that of course it can. Because at 3 o'clock in the morning, what are you looking for? The kebab shop, right? So it's not just about the nomas and the fancy restaurants. It's just about if you're a little bit hungover, if you're super tired in the morning. People are looking for different stuff at different times a day, and I think that's one of the next waves we're going to start seeing a little bit more in when we're looking at this context. The other thing is the weather. So I actually love this area here in southern Norway, but given that this conference is always held in October, how's the weather normally when I get here? It's raining, right? Can we put this on the agenda that next year this conference is in July? Yeah? Because I'm flying in and I see this landscape, it's amazing, right? There's like lakes and water and like proper nature. I come from Denmark, right? We don't have nature. So I'm like, whoa! And then I get off the plane and then it's raining. So I want some sort of tourist service that also tells me what do I want to do in the rain, you know? I'd love to go out and like pet baby tigers, but I just want to check can it be done indoors. So these kind of contexts, this is the next wave, because this is what people are looking for. So, that was the first one. How do you think we did? Pretty good. Okay, decent. How many people think I'll be invited back next year? Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Like if I buy the rest of you a beer tonight, I think I might be able to sway it. So, what is this year's prediction then? First of all, these messages, right? 16 billion monthly unique users go into these 4 things every month. The Snapchat, WhatsApp, blah, 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 blah in Asia. 1 billion monthly unique users, right? I mean, that's really a lot. And you know who does this? Who has teenagers? Yeah. Do you know that your teenager sends 100 SMSs a day? 100. The average teenage girl, who has girls, these are worst. The average teenage girl sends 3,950 SMSs in a month. Boys a little bit less, yeah? They send 2,800. So if you're wondering why they don't have time to do their homework, ta-da! There we are, right? This thing is enormous. In China, they've also started doing this because they can communicate with icons. Because, you know, anyone has fat fingers like me, and it can be a bit of a hassle to send a text message, you know, like, it's almost faster to call, right? It shows you're ancient when you consider calling people. I'm sure the new phone subscriptions won't have call at all. That button will just disappear, right? But in China, the young people found out that, oh yeah, we just send emoticons because they have 1,000 characters in their language. Imagine how long that's going to take, right? Yeah, no, the one with the little dash at the top, you know, like, yeah, that one, right? Terrible time. So you just send like smiley faces and happy faces and little cow and stuff, and then people know what that means. And there's a whole language that's been developed in this that we don't even know about, right? There's one that's relevant actually to today's animal theme, which is PAW, P-A-W. Do you know what that means? This is teenage language, right? So you can figure it out. Parents are watching. That means I can't say anything more right now, right? Let's just talk about the TV show. What's up, my mom's right there. Shh. Don't mention that guy Brian. This is where it's coming from. It's from the teenagers. And then they do this, and then they do photos, right? They send photos. And I don't know if any of you guys have noticed, but we've actually had one of the major inventions here to really like fix the problems of humanity in the last years. It has to do with this. Can anyone guess it? No? I have something else. I haven't brought it, but I found something out the back that can simulate it. This thing here. Can you get it down? The selfie stick. The selfie stick, right? So we do have world poverty, Ebola, and like general hunger in 2/3 of the world. But the most popular invention is the selfie stick. So people can take nicer pictures of themselves. And are they taking a lot of pictures? I would say yes. 1.8 billion pictures a day of totally mundane, uninteresting things, right? Now mine, of course, they're super interesting, but yeah, a lot of pictures. And the reason I included this graph is to show that it's not like we're running out of space here. It just keeps doubling and doubling and doubling. The market for it is just exploding, and it's exploding with these new services that people my age don't even use, right? 100 SMSs a day. Stop checking the teenagers. That's a lot of time. And then we have live logging. So the rise of wearable trackers. The reason I'm including this is because I think that this is going to have a fundamental impact on travel. Because we've been talking about the whole day how what we have to work with is what people contribute to us, right? And here's like an enormous amount of data that's suddenly being released out into the public from these wearable trackers. So the GoPro, you know the GoPro camera? I mean, everyone skis here, right? Does everyone have a GoPro camera to film it? It's brilliant, right? You put this thing on your forehead, and then when you do amazing jumps and stuff, you can show it to your friends. I don't have it, you know, Danes are not that good at skiing that they need a GoPro camera to show anyone how it went. So if this is the 5th biggest brand on YouTube, they have 2.3 million subscribers, and it's a brand, you know, it's not some usage, it's a brand. A commercial brand that manages to have this many subscribers. This video here, the picture of it, this video is the most popular one, it's had 34 million views. Beautiful stuff, right? So be expected that you're going to get an enormous amount of data coming in from stuff like this, and some of it is going to be excellent. A lot of jump, yes. But some of it is going to be fantastic. So we're going to start seeing that in travel soon. Then we have a couple of small trends to cover before I finish up. The one is that we're going to start seeing more single-purpose trends, single-purpose apps that only do one specific thing. It's going to be more and more normal, so it's okay that you have an app or something for whatever you're doing and people only use it once a year, that's fine. That's going to be more and more standard. It's going to be more and more standard to have invisible apps that track stuff in the background, like the step counter. They were laughing at me last week, and also because I told them that I have the step counter now on my phone, so it means that if I'm not wearing my handbag like now, there's no point in walking. Right? Because you don't get any points. I think we're going to see more of that. Then we have the last thing, is the rise of the silent traveler. So the silent traveler is this new kind of consumer that really would like to be serviced by us, but they're not scared of the Google Glass. They don't think it's terrible when you can't talk to the lady at receptionist. They actually don't want to talk to the lady at the reception. They just want to be able to do their own thing, and they want to be able to order stuff from their hotel room and check whether things are available and get a taxi and find out where to go. And I know that some of us in the travel industry are really sad about that, because we think customer service is our strongest asset, right? I mean, in Denmark it's not. We've had to import Swedes to stand in the shops because Danish people are so rude. But in some countries, customer service is the strongest asset, and Norwegians tend to be much sweeter. So there is a new kind of traveler coming. So even though you like the personal service, be prepared that these people will buy more if you enable them to communicate through their mobile phone. That's like an extension of their personal selves. So that's it for me today. Thank you very much.
Mobile continues to move at a very, very, very fast pace indeed. I think just one question for you. What one piece of advice would you give business in the tourism industry when they see all of these developments, especially kind of trackable lifestyle technology and how it's infiltrating everything we do? What's the one word of advice you give for a tourism business in terms of keeping sane and actually doing what they do really well?
Yeah, I think my key thing would be don't stress, right? You're not going to be able to do all of it, and that's okay. Just figure out a couple of things that works for you, check them out, the ones that doesn't, and then say like, okay, the Snapchat we do 2 times a year, I put that in my calendar, right? I think we can all like totally kill ourselves in the amount of stuff there is out there. We don't have that much money, we don't have that much time. Find a couple of things and kick ass.
Great, thank you very much. I hope you will do that next year. So inspirational stuff there. Our next speaker is somebody we're really excited about because it's so off the wall and different. When we were speaking with Heidi about the preparations for this, Heidi said we would love to see something with augmented reality. We want to know how you get into augmented reality and what the opportunities are there for tourism. And there are many, many opportunities. Well, we've actually found a speaker who is not doing augmented reality as such, but it's something that's very, very similar indeed. Stephen Shaw is the Marketing Opportunities Director at Blipper. He's actually been part of Blipper as part of their founding team back in 2011. And in such a short period of time, they've really been doing some amazing things when it comes to digitizing your print and traditional media. And I hope the next presentation will really inspire you on what is coming and what is already here, but also in the future. So Stephen, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Nick. I won't be needing the selfie stick, so excuse me. And please don't be upset, I need to just get rid of these guys for a short while as well, just to do with some space. Well, thanks for your time, thanks for your invitation. It's my first ever trip to Norway, and my only two words in Norwegian, I'm afraid, are hi, tak, and I suppose hi. So please excuse my English. My hometown is Liverpool, we're a London-based business, so I'll try and speak slowly so the English-speaking amongst you can also understand me. But as Nick explained, I'm the Marketing Opportunities Director for Blipper. We've been around for 3 years. 3 years ago we were a startup based in London. We're now worldwide offices in the likes of Madrid, Istanbul, Tokyo, and a whole host of other cities across the States. But as I said, it's the first time in Norway, so I thought it would only be fair if I actually dressed as a Norwegian flag. So I don't know if you actually see me. So but anyway, some of you have already tried. Very thanks to Nick and Norwegian DTT. We blipped the cover of the programme for today's event rather hurriedly. So I'm going to show you some examples to show you exactly what we can potentially achieve with Blipper. But what is Blipper? Well, Blipper's the world's, we would say so, Blipper's the foremost image, or the leading image recognition platform in the world today. And what we do, we use on smart devices, mobile phones, and even wearable technology these days. We bring any physical image in the real world to life to bring you digital experiences in real time. I'm going to show you some examples today that are travel related, but we work with the likes of brands such as Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble Group. But the applications of Blipper and image recognition are infinite. You're only challenged by your own sort of creative possibilities, your own mind. I was a bit disappointed, but then again, it's a real opportunity for us that we didn't make Tina's ones to watch for next year. But currently we have 9 million users, so we're far away from being the next Instagram or Facebook. But that's our ambition. We have an ambition to become a platform for image recognition. I'm taking the risk of actually demonstrating mobile content off a mobile device, off an iPad. But I'm not going to harp on too much about the technology. Tina and a few other speakers have rightly said, consumers and our customers aren't interested in how it's done, they're only interested in the magic. And the artist and musician Laurie Anderson once said that technology is the campfire around which we tell our stories. This device is fantastic, but the device is not the story. And as soon as technology becomes the story, then we begin to let our consumers down. But essentially, we're going to show you some pictures. We're going to show you some blips. I'm not going to talk about the technology, as I said. I'm going to walk the talk. So, if we may, let's begin blipping. Now, the first of any, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to need to jump off this. This is when I get nervous. And fire up, we're still on there, so that's good. Fire up the free-to-download Blipper app. It's a free-to-download application on iOS devices, Apple devices, Nokia, Android, Windows Phone devices, and on the high-end Blackberries, on the Z10s and the like. But as soon as you open up the app, it's working here, but we've got a little bit of a latency. Oh, we're up, sorry, I'm just getting ahead of myself. Let's just say this here, you won't be able to see this from the back, and as soon as I scan it, it may come to life. But we work with Business Traveller magazines. Some of you may or may not be familiar with this. They're in the UK, Singapore, and a few overseas territories. They've been using our self-service platform, the Builder, for some years. And in this instance, this is the Business Traveller Airline Survey magazine. And they brought this to life using our technology. So it's just recognising the image there, and so we can actually render. It's a little bit jumpy, but it's to actually render a 3D jet. Now this was the airline survey, so further on in the magazine, they asked the readers they actually explain how you should use this interactive issue with the Blipper application. So I've just marked a couple of pages here. The first of which, again, what's key to using new technologies and platforms such as this is education. You need to give people a compelling reason, to use, and tell them how to use platforms like this. And what we're doing in this instance is we're actually showing relaying video. It should just kick in. There's just this is there we go. It's just connecting up now. So this is just a simple video of Air New Zealand's. There's a little bit of latency on the video here. Actually, we'll move on from that then. We're using Air Server, which wireless connections. Air New Zealand took the opportunity to take an ad out in the same publication. And as you can see here, we can watch some video content of their California trips, or we can tap on book now. So there's Air New Zealand commercialised that opportunity within the magazine. And that again, it's just a little bit of latency connecting through. There we go, and we could watch video content, we could book their trips. And to launch the magazine, to launch their interactive magazine, Business Traveller also had a party, and they issued these invites there. And again, all it's doing is recognising the invitation to deliver different versions of content on there. The party was great. Oh, hey Stan. I must admit, travel parties are the best ever. One of the best things that Business Traveller do, like they do Sellers in the Sky, where it's like they reward all the airlines for their best wines. They took this to the magazine itself as well, so if the video connection is still working, we can actually bring the cover of the magazine to life. And if I keep my hand steady, it's just a little bit jumpy on the video content. You probably can't see that from back there, but there's actually live video just moving off the surface. I've left some booklets in the section at the front desk as well, so please, if you want to see these and more, you can actually grab these. We work with the Daily Telegraph in the UK and an Ultra Travel magazine, and they often put together double-page spreads. No, it seems to be liking. Are we still connected to our server, guys? Yeah? No, it just seems to be able to. Should I close the app and start again? No, there we go. Just not keeping up with me. There's a double-page spread here that you can't see. There we go. Just a little bit. There's a delay on the actual just connecting up through to the screens. And this is a double-page spread, a feature on Singapore. And what we can bring the page alive by, we could actually watch Mark Webber in his Formula 1 days driving around the Singapore Grand Prix track. And I needn't sort of worry you too much with showing those videos. There is a little bit of delay. The editor, Charles Farmer Smith, also uses this in the main body of the paper. So when they put together travelogues and features, we can tap to watch their safari trips. Seems to have picked up a little bit now. And what this has the advantage of doing, if when they get sponsored pages, they've got 3 brand touch points. They've got the physical page, they've got online, where they host their video content, and, as you can see here. And in addition, we can actually brand the blip itself, the actual bridge in the meantime. I'm just going to whiz through a few more examples. This was a feature on Snow Safari, and Ferrari rather bravely led the editor, a Ferrari, to actually go driving in the snow. You have to trust me that this is video, I'm not still. You might be able to see that little row that is actually moving off the page. Commercially, we work with the likes of Virgin Airlines. And they use this to, they have a series of advertisements that when blipped, deliver all these little icons. So we can tap on any one of them to find out. Let's do Vegas. And it would take you through. You probably need to turn your neck 90 degrees when this comes through. Actually, it's... That's a strange sound. And as you can see, Dipper does require you to turn your neck 90 degrees when presenting to a live audience. But for those of you who could be bothered to turn your neck slightly to 90 degrees without air ticket, by the way, we are insured. But at the time, this was a campaign from last year. At the time, you could actually click through and tap through to book. I'm not sure this is going to work, but this is one of my favourites and where I get to actually, I get to embarrass myself. Stylist magazine, big popular magazine. It's a freely distributed magazine in the UK. And they often had travel features. And 2 years ago, we did an Olympic special. It was a takeover of the whole magazine. And we got the ability to actually bring, again, just the front page image to life. Hopefully. I did want to connect up live now, so I was really enjoying the freedom look. It looks like I'm going to get away with this one, right? The app works, it's just the cabling that doesn't, so no offense there. Right, the cable looks, do you want to go, should we go direct? Right, looks like we're in. That before anyway, didn't you? Still a delay, it's still working here. What we do have, I mean, a lot's been made of social sharing functions, and what we've got is the ability to actually sort of create selfies. Now, obviously, we've got the ability to lift. This has got nothing to do with travel, but I assume that even sort of hairstylists go on conferences. So what we're going to aim to do is actually try and take a selfie of myself, if it's all possible. This is a delay that just stuck at the moment. This is going to be pretty bad. Unless Nick can help me, but I'll take a guess. Can you just sort of put that with my bald head, Nick? Just line that up and then press the share button.
Hopefully it'll be on there. I press the share.
Just the share, but it looks like it's the cable's disconnected.
Where's the share? There's quite a few. I'm embarrassed now. I didn't press it. There we go.
That's not bad for his first attempt. But what we do have is the ability then to share. What's native to the application is to actually share this as well, just immediately to. So let's just put the hashtag Norwegian DTT. It does have a relevancy from the point of view that we do have the ability with image recognition applications such as Blipper to actually share this sort of and amplify brand campaigns immediately. And there we go, so hopefully that's gone underneath. For some reason I've got two accounts. A vast improvement, I think you'll agree. We just go back here. Conferences. We quite hurriedly just lit the conference cover. But this is, we attended as both a delegate and an exhibitor, an organisation called FIP, the World Magazine Congress. And again, for those of you who might be involved in events organisation or have your own conferences, actually it seems to be a bit more direct now. Thanks, that's much better, fellas. Although the audio's gone. Guess where this was held? But as well as this, it's got the ability as well to actually put digital tools. I'll just close that down very quickly. Throughout the pages, you can actually scan pages to launch digital assets. So they had a whole host of, all of the digital assets, they had applications, go to the website, all the Twitter feeds. So each of these links then could just be tapped upon really quickly and easy. The clock's gone, guys, sorry, okay, right, is that minutes or seconds? Oh, thank God. This is where we get you to do a little bit of work as well, so you don't get off this lightly, I hasten to add. It very kindly gives a nice little page spread house out for this. But what we created, because we were in Rome, at the time we just had offices in the UK and the US. So what we did here, we just created, you can create virtual postcards. So let's just do the taxi. So let's just step back and I'll just tap on that. So if you don't wave through the windscreen, that would be fantastic. And now you are the subject matter, and I will save that to my device, and I will actually share that later as well. So I'll share that a little later. But this is all well and good. Now, one of the potentially, in some instances, unfair or fair, depending on your perspective, is that some people call this augmented reality, whereas truly it's image recognition. But it's sometimes described as a little bit of a gimmick. I just want to show you two examples, and these case studies are in the public domain. This campaign here, I'll show you very shortly, was for Monarch Airlines, Monarch Airways, who wanted to promote their skiing destinations. So this campaign ran last year. It was an integrated campaign of advertisements and direct mail. And it actually won the DMA, the Direct Marketing Association Grand Prix Award. I'll just quickly show you. It featured British Ski on the front page of Metro. So they had an ad wrap featuring Kenny Walcott, who, there we go. And it's the Monarch Mountain. Chenny, sorry, not Kenny. And we created this little mountain with this very cute little, and then what we can do is at any time we could actually go into, we can actually zoom in on it and tap in any of the interactive elements, and they would give video content and what have you. You could even get sort of sun tips. You can find out more about the destinations. So unlike, I was just chatting at lunchtime, unlike QR codes, that we don't like to liken ourselves to that, it's a more inclusive, dare I say, rounded 3D experience. So what we can do as well, I've got Nick before, so you put yourself in a snow globe. But what's important about this, and we can share that later as well, but let me just share the stats, if I may, just quickly jump off. I'll jump to the official Direct Marketing Association page. The actual results of this particular campaign were actually quite staggering. It was put together by an agency called WDMP, and we worked with them on the image recognition elements of this. But if we just increase that, the piece that you can see is the direct mail piece. But just as I said, just that bottom paragraph results, an additional 2.2 million in sales, website visit increase of 21.7. And they got 8,000 interactions via the Blipper app from 1,750 unique users, with an average interaction per user of 2.2. What we find when people discover a blip, they go back and share with their friends. I'm going to show you, talking of travel, excuse my cheesy joke, but probably the biggest traveller or time traveller would be good old Doctor Who. It was the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who recently, and we worked with BBC magazines to actually sort of blip their magazines to life. Now the results of this are in the public domain, but are actually sort of quite staggering. They have a circuit, now obviously this is targeted at 11-year-old boys, so apart from my cheesy joke of time travel, probably doesn't have much relevance. But what is relevant are the fact that of the 28,000 circulation of that magazine, 24,500, 86% downloaded the application and interacted with Blipper. Sorry, the clock's still off, Nick. How long? Oh, sorry, it's still saying 14. I'm sure you want me to go home at some stage. It's not all about Blipper. I just want to show you one of the great things about Blipper. It enables other content platforms. Anything you can do on a mobile device, we can link to. So I'd like to share another couple of other platforms and partners who we work with. You may be familiar with this. Some of you may already be using things like 360 tools. This is an application that we can link to. Created by a Dutch organisation, who do and use the accelerometer. So even though I work, we can look at the ceiling, we can look at the floor, and they've hotspotted so they can actually, sorry, the cable's just come out. Hopefully we'll be back in a minute. There we go. We can tap on these arrows, and we can walk through the doors, and then we can find out more about the actual walkthrough there. So in terms of giving people, you know, a flavour or an opportunity to maybe sort of just take a view at something before they actually fly there. I'm sure you've all seen these sort of 360 walkthroughs. As Tina's highlighted earlier, the advent of GoPro cameras means that we can readily create content such as this. So we can go down the hill skiing. As you can see, I'm not a very good skier. But I can look to the sky and what have you. But this is my favourite. Some of you may have come across, this is a really powerful tool. It's called, well, there's a whole host of providers, but one which we particularly work with, a company called Interlude, and they provide interactive video. So I've played a lot of video through Blips, but what we can do is, I'm going to show you one example of an interactive summer camp tour. You'll have to excuse the young girl, she is rather annoying after a few seconds, but please bear with her. Hopefully she's a little bit more annoying than me. It's just loading up their content. Now this is interactive, so the consumer dictates the narrative and the direction here. Just bear with us, just... So she pulls up an interactive map, so what we can do is we'll go to Lake Joshua. So each of those little... she's at Lake Joshua. There we go. And at any time, in the bottom left-hand corner, we can tap on the icon, and we can go back to the interactive map. So I'm dictating to have a look around all of these facilities here. Obviously, they need to create the content itself. I'm going to go to the boys' camp. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done that, really, should I? So. Anyway, I think you get the gist of that, and I think we've had enough of this poor little girl here. Trying to close that down. But I'll just wrap up if I may, just a few more points. Come back, keynote, please. There we go. We'll jump ahead a little bit. Right, we're back. So we can help showcase your content and other content. It's all about activation, engagement and measurements. Everything behind this, we're an application at the end of the day, so we measure where you are when you first download Blip, or where we use heat mapping technology. So we can actually see where you are and where your customers are over the world. And also we can activate multiple touch points. We can do merchandise, we can do football shirts. Any image can be triggered to provide interaction. And it can be used all throughout your journey. These are just a sample of the content types that we can work with and play with. And as we mentioned earlier, the fourth one along is like we use Google heat mapping technology to be able to zoom into cities and locations. And in terms of if you did want to work with us or have a conversation, we provide software as a service and self-service content management systems. All the publishers use these and they create some great campaigns. We've amassed in 3 years 9 million users. Of those 9 million, we've an active user base of 60%. The numbers kind of speak for themselves in 3 years. Come on, don't die me now, in terms of best practice, it's invest in the content. We're a content delivery platform. Content is king, we've heard that throughout today. Where is this all going to lead? Obviously, even in galaxies far, far away, this is a really cheesy segue, but even stormtroopers have to go on holiday. So I'm going to leave the last word to an assistant of mine, if we may. Just close that down. I'm going to leave the last word. Before I go, there's little booklets, and this booklet, which gives you more information about what we do and what we can do to assist you potentially, is going to be published after the event. But I'd just like to, if we may, put this on the floor. I just need the help of an assistant here. just to prove it's actually real. Anyway, on that note, he says tack. I don't know what R2D2 is, Steve, but thanks very much for having me. It's been a fabulous. All I came for, thank you.
We've earned it. Well, with a few technical glitches, I think this is to be expected, unfortunately, when it comes to mobile and tablet technology. We're not quite yet there yet to do a completely smooth wireless transmission of everything we did, but I thought it was really, really inspirational. What I would love to know is what kind of engagement are you seeing from users? And is there an educational process with the everyday customer who picks up a magazine in terms of how they can actually connect and engage with that?
Yeah, I think that's key. With any new technology, education's foremost. I mean, people still to this day use, and it's no insult or it's no disgrace if you continue to use the likes of QR codes. But no one ever took them by the sort of literally by the horns. No one ever bothered to educate their customers or how to use them or why to use them. So I think, as we said earlier, there's a need for a really sort of compelling, a real compelling call to action. We need to tell people not just how to use it, but why they should use them. And some of our publisher clients, obviously it works well, you can see in the travel magazines, but our publishing clients often produce some of the best campaigns available because they know their customer, they know their readers better than we ever will do. So we can work as a sort of thought leadership, but really it's up to you guys. You know your customers and content best.
Great, inspirational stuff. Who in this room has had a chance to use the Blipper, or Blip the program rather? Just a show of hands. Great, so that's, I would say, more than half, so that's really good.
That's right, keep me in a job.
Who here has QR codes in their marketing material? Less. Okay, so that's good. So great, thanks very much for that.
Thank you.
We now are going to go to a break so you can all network with each other and talk about some of these things and hopefully get blipping outside with all the different things you've seen here. And we will be coming back, inviting our speakers and experts back to answer your questions. So really get thinking about what you want to ask them. We've been moving through, we haven't had a chance for questions until now, so this is your opportunity. We look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Up, and then they control which content from within the geofence is shared with everybody. So it's more, strategically thinking about where could this go for demos.
Have you seen examples of DMOs actually using Snapchat as a marketing tool?
No, I think that I know a couple who are trying it, but the audience skews so young that nobody who makes purchasing decisions for anything that is more than a fast-moving consumer good, you will not find them on Snapchat at the moment. So that's why I think it's more the principles behind it which are really interesting and provide learnings than saying, oh, we gotta be on Snapchat as a demo, as a brand.
So it's interesting to look at as a trend, but maybe not necessarily as a marketing opportunity for these guys. Okay, great, thanks a lot. Hold on to the mic, that'll be for the next person. So who else has a question here in the audience? Yeah, over there in the middle. Pass the microphone.
Hi, this is a question for Kristian. I really enjoyed your presentation on Instagram. I thought it was very inspiring and interesting. I work regularly with tourist boards, and I was just wondering if you can give an example of one of the coolest ways you've seen a tourist board use Instagram for maybe a competition or driving a campaign.
I actually gave a few examples here now, but for campaigns, for instance, I think that when referencing something within tourism, I think that Lufthansa campaign is a great way of showing how you can run a campaign on Instagram that is specifically for the Instagram platform, and how you can, a lot of brands have also developed, I cannot reference a specific brand here, but they developed these particular hashtags where you can run contests on Instagram, people uploading photos under this hashtag, and you use Facebook, for instance, and other medias to create awareness about the competitions and contests you have going on Instagram. And we see this, the greatest examples actually I have within travel at all is the one that I showed from Lufthansa. However, we see in all kinds of businesses, for all kinds of companies, that using your own defined themes and using your own defined hashtags and spreading awareness in other platforms, making users or people upload their own content is what works really well. If that answers your question to somewhat.
Great, thanks very much. Is it fair to say that a destination has to actually think about creating a really good and unique hashtag and then sort of taking ownership of that?
Absolutely. So if you're going to run a contest or if you're going to run a campaign on Instagram, I suggest that you define your a particular hashtag. Don't use summer or something as generic as that, because a lot of people will use that hashtag that are not part of your contest or your campaign or whatnot. So make your own specific hashtag, and also try to make a hashtag that will be linked back to your brand, so that there's a clear link between the hashtag and your brand. Because you can get a lot of awareness for your company and your brand through a hashtag that is representative of what you stand for, or the destination you are, or your services, etc.
I have another question on this subject. Is there such a thing as hijacking a hashtag?
In what terms? No, it's not something I'll be talking about.
It is not something that Martin would be happy to talk about. But I think that's also a concern, that you invest a lot in promoting a specific hashtag, but at the end of the day, it's just a word. It's just a way of collating.
Exactly,
content.
and it's like I said, hashtags are for several purposes. It's either you create your own hashtag because you want to use it as a mechanism for a contest or a competition, and get people to upload their images under that particular hashtag, so you can choose winners and get more awareness for your account. Or you use the hashtags to classify your images so that people that are on Instagram can search for specific hashtags such as summer and find your content, and thereby be part of your community in that order.
Great, thanks a lot. Who else has a question here in the audience? Over there. Yeah, okay.
Just to follow up on that question, I've seen an example from, I think it's Visit Denmark, that has chosen 50 most popular Instagram spots all over Denmark, and then given them the specific hashtags, and also put up the physical signs at those photo spots. I think it's a good example of how to use Instagram. And you can use it also in a small destination or big destination.
Just a show of hands, who in the audience is actually using Instagram at the moment as part of their marketing mix? So I would say the majority of people here. And I think we want to really understand how people are using this. So I think this is something we're going to see more and more case studies of in the future. It's actually successful campaigns such as the work that Visit Oslo has been doing. I mean, maybe you can talk, Katrina, about some of the experience that you've had and how you would recommend either a business or a destination to maybe just start with Instagram. And in particular, how do they look at that from a performance point of view in terms of how it fits with their overall strategy and where they can demonstrate the results of what they do there?
That's a lot of questions.
Just one of those would be fun.
But just briefly.
Yeah, just briefly.
Well, we've been working with Instagram for a while in Visit Oslo, and we use mainly the Visit Oslo tag, which is natural for us to use, and of course that's also used by the visitors and the industry, and intuitive for people, I think, to use both if you research or if you want to share. So for the Dig Your Oslo campaign, we spent a lot of time to find the perfect hashtag, and we think we nailed it. But as I told earlier, it was very important that they had that it was a positive word. So we could, everything we don't want to show and we don't want to talk about, it's not what we emphasize in our campaign. What we did, it was also interesting, as you started to follow up and check what the content was also able to identify really great resources for us that we didn't know about. Were sharing a lot and that did not use the Visit Oslo tag. So it was also a tool to identify ambassadors in Rome City and start getting their content and of course what the hashtag does for you is it makes it easy to go back to find the content and to have it as resources in other contexts. So and for us it would be more and more important to tell the story of what the people of Oslo thinks about to the visitors of Oslo. And this is a perfect way to tell that story, or to have other people to tell it for us.
Great. Does anyone have any questions? Any more questions here? Yeah?
Am I allowed to ask?
You are allowed to ask, Heidi. Yeah.
I have a question for Chad in TripAdvisor. You told us about how you could send out emails to people who have stayed on my property if I own a hotel or something. Did I get that correct?
Yes, so that is called Review Express. And when you send us those contact details, they're not added to any database. We don't add them to any subscriber list.
I think you sneak peek on the Twitter I made on that. Yeah.
Sorry?
Have you looked at the Twitter question?
I did. I saw it. I was a bit prepped for this. So we don't store them. We never use it again. They kind of disappear once we send that email out on your behalf, encouraging them to review the property, and then it kind of disappears into the ether.
That sounds good. I think that's something that would be quite a question for a lot of the hotels and so on. They would like to send out their own customer data to a third party.
Yeah, of course. And we're very conscious of that. So it's definitely not stored anywhere by ourselves.
Chad, are you surprised when you look at those statistics? Because I see statistics for different countries, and I'm always personally amazed how small the percentage of businesses which have even bothered to log in or even look at TripAdvisor and say, okay, how do we manage this? How do we take care of this?
It is pretty shocking. Considering, TripAdvisor is a pretty important research tool for travelers. If business owners are using it themselves when they're planning their travel. So we're always a bit shocked when we see those figures. The promising thing is those figures are going up year on year in almost every market. So that's a great thing to see. It's the management response stats that are a bit more depressing than the registration details. So that's, again, why we love getting out in events like these, any events that you guys are hosting, and really getting the word out about these tools and how people can really manage their online reputation via TripAdvisor.
Does it come down to awareness, or do you think there's another reason?
I think it does. It does come into awareness. A lot of small business owners don't even know that their business is listed on TripAdvisor, perhaps. They think if they haven't gone and put it on themselves, then it's not going to be there. So it's just letting them know that there is another way that their business can appear on the site. So if the user comes and it's not there to review, they can put it up themselves. So it can come as a bit of a shock to some small business owners. You deal with small B&B owners who are in their 60s and 70s who aren't even really sure what a web browser is, let alone TripAdvisor. So yeah, helping them find out exactly how to do it, using the guides, things that we have on TripAdvisor Insights, something that we're very, very excited and passionate about doing.
Great, and just show your hand if you're a business in the room. Yeah? I think some businesses are keeping their hands down because they know what's next. Keep your hands up if you're a business. Yeah, that's better, yeah, more like it. And keep your hand up, keep your hand up. Put your hand down if you, yes, of course, you're a business. And put your hand down if you have not managed your, if you have managed your profile on TripAdvisor.
I'm so confused as to what's happening.
That was very confusing. Keep your hand up if you have not decided to go to TripAdvisor and manage your profile. Yes,
are we naming and shaming now?
Do you mind if I ask you a question? I'm curious to know why you have decided not to do that. Can we, maybe, yeah. Hope you don't mind me putting you on the spot, but I think this is also quite an interesting question. Just over here. The lady with the hat.
Because I don't have a...
It's not the tourism business.
No.
that's a good
That's a good answer.
That's a very good answer. Okay, excellent. So, Martin, we were talking about user-generated content and all this, especially what Usus have done with the hashtag, really successful. Do you think there is still a role for destinations to author their own content, to create their own content? Or do you think they should, maybe businesses as well, really just focus only on user-generated content?
That's a great question. So I think it will shift over time. So when you look at channels, right? So you have owned, earned, and paid. And when it comes to social media, I think they don't fit any of those categories. We look at social media as a leased channel. Because while you think it's your Facebook page, it's not really your page, it belongs to Facebook, and Facebook gives it to you for free. So you have that on the one side, and then at the same time, your organic reach is changing because Facebook is changing the rules, so the content that you produce gets seen less and less and less unless you put money behind it. So it's fallen from 15% to 6%, it's probably going to fall to 0 because there's enough brands out there that are willing to pay. And so I think what this means for a content publisher from a brand channel is, while your organic reach is falling and the people who are supposed to be your fans don't see your content anymore, and as a side note I would say, are they really your fans, or are they just people who like your page because they ran a contest and you like-gated it, and so to win a prize they had to become a fan of your page, but that's a different story. But these people, the opportunity that comes from it is with the paid opportunities, where I think Facebook has an unparalleled platform to really micro-target new audience segments and have very different content strategies for your different segments. So I think from what you want to do as a business or as a DMO, you want to think about what's the content you want to produce and who is the content going to be relevant for, and then put money behind it. It doesn't have to be a ton of money, but in the end, if your content is not good enough, that you would say, oh, I'm going to put, $100, 100 euros, whatever it is, behind it, then the content is probably not worth being published. And if you put money behind it, then think about, you don't have to just talk to your fans. Now you can go after much more smaller audience segments and be a lot more nimble. So that's where I think content publishing for brands will shift dramatically from we got to talk to our fans to we talk to somebody with a promoted post on Monday, and on Wednesday we talk to somebody completely different.
So, Alex Bainbridge?
Can I sort of add a little bit of context to what is happening in the travel industry? If you think back 15 years ago, there were like 15,000 retail travel agents selling local product. And then 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we now have 100 travel agents, and now you find it's just 10 very large ones. The rich get richer. So we're going to end up with a very powerful position with Facebook, Google, Booking.com, all of those dominating travel, which is great for them, but not necessarily great for everyone else. So this social media and content creation is the last opportunity for suppliers, hoteliers, local tour companies to actually do something because they can be most passionate about their own product. They can be most knowledgeable about their own product. So it's this opportunity you have to take to make sure that there remains balance in the travel industry. Otherwise we're going to end up with a situation with a few very, very powerful companies and everyone having to be subservient to them. So keep that in mind. As a supplier, keep creating content, because this is what's going to keep a balanced travel industry.
Thank you. Always the business. What I was just thinking isn't there a case, Alex, in your opinion, that if you are passionate and really, really passionate about what you do, and you are the best at what you do, whether you are tiny or huge, you will succeed? No?
Yeah, I think you can try very hard on doing the wrong thing. No, I think you have to have the right idea and try hard rather than and be successful. You can't just try hard and do the wrong thing. I think that doesn't help either.
Okay, so thanks for that. So, any other questions from the audience here? Yeah, over here. We can, yeah, I didn't see that one.
Hi.
Just introduce yourself as well.
Okay, my name is Patrick. I work at Hope and Helping Center. And my question is about all the data, the big data that we're now collecting through all those social medias, your customer databases and everything. Each new tool you work with gives you insights and sites and stats and everything. Is there any way, if you're a small team, what is the lowest hanging fruits? What should you start with to be able to use this data in a profitable situation? What's the starting point for using all that data and maybe combining it? Or do you have any suggestions for us?
To Stuart? Do you have some thoughts on that, Stuart?
Yeah, I mean, primarily we're focusing on the big data, but we are dealing with some of the bigger players in the travel industry. But as Nick was referring to in the questions, I mean, it's also very important to use and understand your own data and to speak to people about what data you have got, how you can interact with the users already, your customers, and how you can communicate with them. It is a complex place and there are lots of different options out there, so it's hard to really put your thumb on one thing, and I agree, and it is quite difficult, but yeah, I think key would be understanding your own data and then maybe looking to other companies around there who specialise in data and communicating with them in different markets.
Tina, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that right now the key thing is to look at this big data as an insurance, right? So this is not something that hopefully this isn't something that you're going to need right now. This isn't what you're collecting it for, because it's way too complex right now to really make a lot of sense out of it. So just keep collecting it, because the tools will get better and it'll be easier to get the right stuff out of it. For now, I would say pick 3 things. Pick 3 things that are really important for you, right? Because in my company, for example, we may collect 2,000 data points from all our users, and I wouldn't be able to do anything else if I was going to try to understand all of that. So for us, it might be the amount of minutes you're in an app on average, for example. And just pick 3 and follow those, track those religiously, and for the rest of it, just collect it until they become important, until you have the tools to use it. Don't stress about it yet.
That's really reassuring, thanks. Okay, thanks. Did that answer your question? Yeah, good, okay. We have another question over here. If you could just introduce yourself as well.
My name is Anna Sørvig, and I'm lucky to be the manager at Lindesnes Lighthouse Museum. So my question goes to websites and all those that opportunity that you've offered or given us or made a knowledge of again this year. How do you find, according to Google and analytics and all these things, and how we rank each other and so on, should you on your websites put icons on trying to influence people to use Instagram, or is it like buzzing because they already know you probably have a hashtag and so on? What do you recommend according to kind of telling that, yeah, we are on Facebook, yeah, please use Instagram, blah, 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 or is it like not spoken? They already know, they would probably search for
it's a good
the brand.
Question. Yeah, how do you, over to Martin.
Well, I can advocate for visit.oslo.com. We don't spend all our space on our website to tell that, but we of course show that we're there, and most of all we recommend people to share. You know, when you're out there, remember to share your experience, and of course we, instead of linking to Instagram, we have a widget where we have the information put into a website, or we try to find inspiring ways to do it besides of just putting up the links. So, but yeah, we try to make all the activities and the medias come together. If you're on Facebook, there will be a link to the different channels, and the same you will find on our website.
As a DMO, I would say you should, but what about businesses? Should you find spaces for icons you find, or?
I don't know, I think you should do it on the presentation of every business in Oslo. We are now putting on the Facebook page, the Twitter handle, the Instagram feed, the TripAdvisor content. So we try to, also for the industry, to make it easier for people to find them again in the social context where they might want to have the more credible content.
So the big war between the big data and all those different firms does not mean that if we support the wrong guy, we will have lower ranking of another, of Google or so on. No, good.
I think the important thing is to get the people to discover your products and destinations, not where they find it.
Activate the users to engage. Martin, do you have a word to say?
Just from my perspective, I give you two examples that I think are very interesting to look for that. So I think it goes in today's environment, goes far beyond just having the icon. I think you really want to weave examples for user-generated content into your overall content to give it more authenticity. So one client we work with, Travel Oregon, so we do all their social. What they do is when you read on the website about Crater Lake National Park, they have Instagram photos that I can click on, and that's user-generated content, and then I see somebody who visited Crater Lake. So it's curated, it's not a screen that pulls in everything, but they pick some examples. Another really interesting example, in my opinion, is what Puerto Rico is doing with TripAdvisor. So they have completely integrated TripAdvisor into their website, and they've gone as far as making TV commercials where a voice will read a TripAdvisor review, and then it says at the end, this was the TripAdvisor review from Nick or whatever, and you see the review as a movie. And I thought, like, this is too good, it's made up. And then I did a search on TripAdvisor for the users, for the username, and it's reviews that are like 3 years old, so it's not that an agency came up with those ideas. And I think it's this outside validation that people are looking for. They want the inspiration for the DMO, but I also want to see that, the sun is not going to shine every day. So what do normal people experience, at a hotel or an attraction?
Great, thanks a lot. We have time for one more question. So over here, yeah.
Hello, Daniel. I run restaurants, and we're really busy running restaurants. It's a question about how much money and how much time should I spend on the digital. I'm happy to spend a couple of hours a week and a couple of thousand kroners a week. Where should I best spend them? I'm thinking, Tina, I don't want to ask anyone who wants to sell products. So what do you think is a good answer?
Is that a question for Tina?
Yeah, I'm also
okay.
Not for TripAdvisor.
Tina,
And most of the people who come to your restaurants are the tourists or are they locals? They're tourists, right?
Local tourists.
Oh, it gets more and more complicated, right?
That's a new demographic there.
I would probably take the 3 that you think are the most likely, and then in the next 3 weeks first spend 200 kroners at this, then at this, and then at the other one, and then just let the data talk, right? Whatever you felt you got the most response from, do that. It doesn't have to be complicated to test stuff, right? It doesn't have to be expensive, just super easy. And I think 2 hours a week is plenty if you're running restaurants. It shouldn't take that much more, because you just need to amplify stuff, right? You just don't have to create it yourself.
So basically smell what sells and go after it.
Yeah, exactly. See what does work, right?
Yeah. Great, thanks very much. Good question. Okay, well, thank you very much, all of you, for joining. Thanks also for sharing your insight and answering a lot of very good questions here. Let's give them a round of applause and connect with them next week. So, next, I'd like to invite Heidi back to the stage, if she will. Because I would like to talk for a few minutes about what we have planned for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a really exciting and interactive day planned. You gave the microphone. So, just talk a little bit about the idea for tomorrow, what I think you're hoping to get out of it for everybody who's taking part in it.
A lot of people have come in the break and asked me, what kind of workshop am I in tomorrow? So that's a good question. The good thing is that tomorrow morning, when you register in the morning, you can sign up for the workshop if you haven't done so yet. But there are going to be 2 startups in the morning. There's going to be one for businesses, where I'm going to be the moderator, and there's going to be one for the DMOs, where you're going to lead. So you can pick me or him. I'm really great at workshops. So
that's a Heidi. They make my life easier.
The thing is, I'm not going to speak in the workshop for the industry, because there's going to be a lot of the people who are here now. They're going to be practical workshops Facebook is going to be there, TripAdvisor, and Martin. So,
yeah, social media.
So they're going to have each 1 hour. I'm going to go really deep in. So if you had some questions today that you didn't dare ask here with everybody else around, you can do that tomorrow. Or you can tell me and I will ask you.
Yeah.
And then for the demos
workshops,
and the workshops, for those who's not attending my room, I think you should explain.
Exactly, yeah. So this is a first. I was saying earlier, this is a first not only for Norway, but I think for the world. So we're really excited about it. So we're going to be doing the digital workshops. I think you've all seen what it's about online, but it's only when you actually go on the workshop that you will really understand what we're trying to achieve here. We've split all the people who are going to sign up, even if you haven't signed up yet, into 2 different groups. Half will be joining what we're calling the digital native workshops, and the other half will join the mobile experience workshops. And the idea is to fully immerse you into the shoes of your visitor, because the best way to understand how your customers are acting and thinking and how they're making decisions is to actually put yourself in their position. So we're going to send all those workshops all over Kristiansand. I think the businesses and restaurants here are not going to know what's happened, in small groups, but you are going to be working very, very hard. So we're actually going to give each group in each workshop a set of tasks in a nice envelope, and you'll have to complete all of those tasks. You will be asked to go out and actually to do various different activities. So for each group we have 3 key tasks, and then within those we have smaller tasks. And the digital natives group, they have a different focus to the mobile experience groups. So the digital natives groups, they are there to understand how young people who are growing up with technology, how they make decisions. We want to show you how the digital and the physical environment are blended as one for today's generation growing up, and how they expect the digital experience to be completely inherent to the visitor experience.
So if you're dreaming of being 16 again, you should be on that one.
Exactly, yeah. And we have some really funky group names as well. So we'll be asking you to join a group that you most identify with. And you will see these tomorrow, and you should identify with at least one of them. I think the one that I found was hell yeah, I'm a digital native, YOLO, hashtag YOLO, and I had to actually Google what YOLO meant. So I'm obviously not in that group.
YOLO.
There's also a group called I took part in the Ice Bucket Challenge, does that count? So I think anybody who doesn't quite know where they fit can probably go into that group. The idea is that you guys go out, you have fun, you enjoy learning, and it's through enjoying learning that you will actually take something in and take something home. But aside from that, we have some very practical things that you will take away. You'll be able to actually read up on all the different subjects and take that home and think about that and read it again. And after the lunch break tomorrow, we will actually get everybody back into a room where we will see the results of those different workshops. So I did say you would be working. You'll have to document every single thing you do on your own phones. I was glad to see that a lot of you have iPhones here. Because when you come back, we're going to put those on the screen and actually talk about how that went. So it should be really interesting.
But in addition to that, it's going to be great fun. We still have options for those not joining the workshops, and that was the one I was leading. And the other one is that we're going to have for the DMOs, Todd from Visit Oslo. He's going to be presenting how they work measuring the digital footprint of Visit Oslo. And I know Hildegunn, my colleague from Visit Sørlanted, she's going to be there too, because we just started working together with Visit Oslo on measuring the digital footprint of Kristiansand and southern Norway. So we're really looking forward to that too. I think if you work in a DMO and you're kind of wondering how could we show the industry and officials what we're doing in social media, this should be something you would be interested in learning more about. It's more about how can you document the effects of what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to also stay actually in the hotel. I'm not going to be out on the workshop, sadly. Really talking about how to design or even think about doing your own workshop. So we'll be talking about the process that we went through to actually design it. So it's a fairly lengthy process, but I think it's a process that any of you can actually do. Even if you're actually a small business, you can think about how to prepare and how to put yourself in the shoes of the visitor. But what we really want to do is help the destinations to say, well, actually, this is quite interesting. I think we could do that either for ourselves, and we could think about how our visitors view us, but also we could help our industry, whether it's hotels, restaurants, to also go through that process of thinking about how their visitor is looking at it. So it should be really interesting.
Yeah, I think so. And we're putting Kristiansand out on the leash here because it's not like we've been around checking that everything's perfect in Kristiansand. Far from it. So I think you will discover that not everything is working, and I think you will discover when you get back home to where you live, not everything is working there either. So I think there will be a lot of lessons learned all the way. And I have a small tip also. It's supposed to be a bit wet tomorrow, so I hope everyone brought their raincoats when they're going to go out for a walk. There are lots of nice coffee shops. You might even find one when you're using digital tools. But we have some protection available for those who really need tomorrow morning. So don't stay away from the walkshop even though it's a bit rainy.
And if you haven't added Heidi as a friend on all of these different networks, I really, really recommend
I
you
have
do.
the best tips in case
Because exactly, it will help you get through the workshop much easier than if you don't. So we're looking forward to that tomorrow. Thanks Heidi for discussing that with us. And I'm very happy to move on to our last but certainly not least guest today. Also a very relevant guest at this stage in the program. I'm very happy to welcome Anniken, who is our Sales and Marketing Manager from Dyreparken, one of Norway's biggest attractions. So thanks very much for being here. Let's have a round of applause. Now, I have to confess, yes, take the clicker, there we go. I have to confess that not being a Norwegian, I had to research this, which is a shame, I guess. But when I looked into the activities you're doing, it's absolutely fascinating. You're really a huge, huge brand here. Does anybody not know of Dyreparken? Well, I guess you all do because of the program. Anybody want to put up their hand? One of our expert speakers? You've done a very good job already, so that's really good. And what I wanted to do with you now is actually talk about the digital journey that you've been on as a business, and all the changes that you've seen happening in both how you run and promote and market your business, but also how you interact and engage with your customers. So the first thing I want to talk about is how your activities have shifted from traditional marketing, above-the-line marketing, into the digital landscape over the last few years.
Okay.
So just tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. The media market has changed a lot the past couple of years. It's been a dramatic change where the traditional media channels are losing ground to more new media platforms, and the market is much more fragmented than what it was before. So we have had to rethink the way that we do our marketing. So going back some years, print advertisement was our main channel and the way we communicated with our guests. But now we use almost 40% of our budget for branded content or media productions. We use a lot of time on social media. So branded content and social media is where we build our emotional brand values. Targeted sales we do through digital adverts, social media adverts, retargeting and CRM. So it's quite a different way of working than what we did just going back a couple of years.
And tell us about the work you've been doing on television recently, because actually it's quite exciting, I guess, to be a film set for a very popular TV program. What has this meant for you as an attraction, and also your brand recognition and awareness?
Well, everybody said that they know Dyreparken, but I brought a short film.
Yeah, that's right.
Dette her litt spennende nå, for nå egentlig så det tida nå for parring. Vi har ikke sett noen parring, vi har ikke sett noen gunst. Men jeg har en følelse at det kan skje litt her når jeg ikke her. Så hvordan skjer her i nattens mulm og mørke, det ikke så godt å si.
Uansett, Olav tar sine forholdsregler.
Sånn, nå har jeg fått halven inni der. En ordentlig god halvseng. Så har det vært, akkurat der nå så hadde jeg kost meg rundt inni her. Så nå har jeg fått bra. moro så jeg må gå inn der og bruke huset.
So tell me about the television series and how you actually managed to build on that, which is not something that you yourselves actually run, is it?
No, that's correct. It's been, our marketing strategy is to be part of people's everyday life. And through this show, we managed to take part in Family's Friday TV time, 63 episodes, and of course some reruns. And then, like you saw here, the show is portraying the heart and the soul of the brand. You know, you get a close-up of the everyday work of the zookeepers and animals. So we think that it's a very good way of building emotional brand value. When it comes to being able to leverage this in other media channels, it's a bit more difficult because this was started before the branded content was legalized. It was just last year that we got a branded content law saying that you're allowed to market to TV shows. So it's TV2 that has the editorial rights to the show and minimizing what we can do. But of course we are present in social media before, during and after. And the audience find us as we are more natural part of the show than TV2.
What has this meant for your own content strategy, and just in terms of how you maybe work with that or use that opportunity to create good content for yourselves, and maybe now and also in the future?
I think content marketing is very important for us. We're lucky to have people in-house who are good at writing good text, producing videos, producing film. And you know, the product that we have, it's a good product to work with when it comes to content because it's something new happens every day, and it's small stories that people care about and engage in. So doing that in-house, we have short time to market and are able to give people a part of our product every day.
And tell me about the social community you built up, because you have a fairly large social following on Facebook, for example. How many fans are you at today?
172,000.
Fairly large number.
Yeah.
And how has your relationship been with them? I understand you had some difficulties in the last year with a specific incident which happened, which challenged how you actually approach social media engagement.
I think you're referring to when we put down the wallabies. We had some unfavorable media exposure. That was quite difficult for us to handle. We didn't expect this kind of media storm. Facebook was definitely a place where people voiced their opinion.
That's very powerful to see how that can turn a really positive message can very quickly turn into a negative message. What was your policy as a business in terms of responding to that and dealing with that?
Our policy is to always be honest about what we do and try to answer all the questions that we get. So and that's what we tried to do. Our social media manager, he was up all night when this story broke and answered more than 500 posts that night. And when the issue was about to die down, then the traditional media tried to boost the story again. So it's quite difficult, and having a strategy that says that we're going to answer all the questions that we get is quite difficult with social media, because when do you stop? A lot of people not a lot of people, but some people have fundamentally, disagree with us having animals in zoo. And they want us to keep the debate going, to be unfavorable for us. So it was a part where we had to discuss, okay, when do we stop feeding the discussion? When are we feeding it and when are we stopping it?
And so you did actually have a cut-off point where you no longer responded to the topic?
We did, and after that it was quite a difficult period because, of course, the people that engage with you on Facebook are also the ones that get the next post, because that's the lovely algorithm of Facebook. So we were sitting quite still for a while, and then the next posts that we did, we had to make sure that they were not something that would stir up the discussions again.
And I guess crisis management, when it comes to social media, is something that every travel business needs to be thinking about. In fact, every business probably should have a plan when it comes to crisis management. Just to show of hands, how many people here have some form of plan when it comes to your crisis management in social media, if something goes wrong in your business? I think I saw 1 or 2 hands, so not many people. I guess it's not something that every business expects to have, but it's always a possibility, particularly in this industry. The response that you had here, which was obviously very negative to something that happened there, is that something that you were able to actually recover from and actually come back and get past those negative comments?
We did a brand audit a couple of months after the incident to make sure that the brand recognition and brand values weren't hurt. So we see that the storm was probably bigger in our mind and in our hearts than what it was during the public. And social media is quite brutal when you meet on this side and on the positive side. But people get carried away. They say things that maybe they don't mean. We have an example of a woman, and we have several of these, saying that, telling us off, saying she will never come back to the park again. Then 3 weeks later, she wants to upgrade her seasonal card. And she was not the only one. So I think social media is, a place where people like to voice their opinion.
What do you think? I mean, that's just incredible. What do you think is behind such a quick change? Because it's almost hard to believe that someone who would write a comment like the first one would then actually come back.
I don't know if it's being part of the discussion, being...
Do you think your honest approach maybe paid off?
I think so. I think that being honest in the long run is going to pay off. I think that's what our reputation is built on. We've been honest through everything that we do, and it is painful sometimes. And this was very painful for us. But I think that in the long run, people will see that there are things that are more difficult to talk about than other things.
Great. So just, I guess, a last word on this incident. What learnings do you have for the future? How will you maybe adopt new plans in terms of how you respond to something like this if it happens again?
We have made a media crisis plan. We've made a media team, and we've made some thoughts about how we would respond next time. But I think the most important things that we have discussed is that we will keep our strategy. We will keep being honest, and we will keep answering people because we think that is the right thing to do.
It's the right strategy. Moving on to probably a more exciting topic than this of mobile. We've seen so much talk about mobile in the industry and also today. I think the last section of speakers just showed us where mobile is going. From very specific numbers that we've seen from, say, TripAdvisor, where we see their traffic really focused on mobile now, to new technologies such as Blipper, which is a little bit out of this world, but shows us just how far you can go with technology to make a really great interactive experience. What are your plans for mobile? I understand you're not quite there yet, but you have big plans in the pipeline.
Yeah, unfortunately right now the parking's booking and website is not optimal for mobile users. And when we look at our numbers, this is becoming increasingly important. Tablets and mobile phone passed desktop this year when it comes to usage on our website. So it's important for us. In the past couple of years, we have been developing a new responsive website. It is a big project because we do sell a lot of different things, and we have a lot of different booking systems going in to the same website. But we're on the verge of launching it now. So hopefully in a couple of weeks we're live with the new.
Great. So tell me about something not quite here yet, perhaps the potential for m-commerce, mobile commerce. What do you see there for you as a business?
I think it's quite exciting what they were talking about earlier, and I think Apple is, as always, leading the way. I think consumers will quickly see the convenience of being able to use their phone as a payment, but I think not until they feel secure that their credit card information is secure and they actually feel secure, not just being told it, but they feel that they can trust the information, and if the mobile is stolen and all that. When they do that, that's when I think they will embrace it, and we'll see a bigger
When it comes to taking payments online, whether it's through your website or whether it's through mobile, are there other advantages for you as a business that you can actually take, other than freeing up staff at the entrance to actually sell the tickets?
Are you thinking about upselling?
Upselling, using the data perhaps to actually have better business intelligence?
I think that's very important for us, and that's a big focus for next year is to manage. I heard a lot of questions about big data previously, and for us to try to systemize the data that we get to create better customer cluster profiles will benefit us in our CRM. And I brought not a very nice slide, but it kind of explains what we're working towards. We're working towards a system called a single view of the customer, which sources information on our guests from different sources, and then creating cluster profiles that we will use when we have a dialogue with our guests before, during, and after visits.
So it's a 360 strategy on your customer. And how much is data part of this strategy?
It's a big part. So for us, being mobile friendly is important, not just because the customer wants it, but we need their data. So today we sell approximately 40% of our tickets at the park. No, online, and 60% at the park. We need to change that because we need the customer data.
And is that something that, are you seeing a demand from customers also to do that?
Yeah, I think so. I think they want, we see that when we do targeted mailings, we see a really high opening rate and conversion. So I think that people want targeted messages more than just general adverts.
Great. Anakin, thank you very much for sharing this really interesting experience that you've been on. And I think a lot of businesses, both here in Norway and also all over the world, can learn from the things that you've been through and also the plans that you have coming up. I'm personally really looking forward to seeing what comes next. So hopefully next year in Kristiansand we can see a fully mobile experience inside the park. But other than that, thank you very much for joining us. And we are all going to be there tonight. So there is actually a bus that will be leaving from 6 p.m. And it will be taking everybody to the park. Will you be joining us tonight?
I will be.
Great, so you'll have your opportunity to ask questions to Anakin over there. Thank you very much for joining us. So, that brings us nearly to the end of today's first day of the Norwegian Digital Travel Conference. However, we did say that we would be giving a grand prize. I'm looking at my team here, hoping that they have now pulled up the winner of the Color Line cruise to Denmark. So we have been looking at all the other tweets. It's been very, very active. I hope you've been following them here. We had tweets from all over the world, including Africa. And I think our winner has now been selected. So go ahead. This is Ramona Wagner, our program director, and she's going to announce who has actually tweeted the best tweet of today.
So, the winner of the prize, that was sponsored by Colorline, which we're very thankful for. It's very exciting. I think everybody in our team definitely wanted to win, but we can't. And when we went through the Twitter stream, I think the team from Visit Sørlanted, Heidi, Bodil, and also Heidi were tweeting like mad, so well done. But none of you can win. So that's a bit of a shame. But the winner is called Torun S. Johansen. I hope she is in the room.
Woohoo! Yeah.
Well done.
Excellent.
Really active tweets. You have been tweeting the whole morning and the whole afternoon. That's very, very good.
Throw you a teddy as well, so you actually get a really good prize there.
And then we also, because there's quite a few cheaters left over, and when we looked through the Twitter stream, we also found 2 more winners who will now win a cuddly toy. Very exciting. One of them is Ryan Marchese, sorry about the pronunciation, from @Angler Pilot. I hope he's in the room.
Is he here?
No cheater for him.
No cheater?
No cheater.
Or tiger, as some of our speakers thought.
But he really tweeted about some learnings for his business and rethinking the strategy, mentioning category from Visit Oslo. And then the last winner is Jenny Louise Forland.
Jenny Louise Forland? Maybe that.
And we thought, And we've got somebody who's actually bringing a selfie stick or taking a picture of that. I've never seen that before, so you have won a cheetah. Well done.
Maybe we'll give the prize to Tina, the tiger. That would be good, yeah. So, well, congratulations. Thanks, guys, for tweeting along. And I have to say a big thank you to Heidi and her team for this excellent venue and day. Today it's been really inspirational, and I've enjoyed listening to your questions and also speaking with all of our speakers. Also say thanks to my team who are behind there, making sure everything is running smoothly. And we're looking forward to seeing you later on at 6 o'clock at the Clarion Hotel. And there will be a bus taking you to Deer Park, and you will be taken back at 10:30 this evening. So make sure you go home, get some rest, get changed, and get ready for a really brilliant night tonight. Thanks a lot.